What's everyone doing? Good morning, guys. I'm gonna offer up a suggestion. What's with all the volatility? Don't ever trade on the subway. Anyone could have told you that. This tatted up dude sat down next to me. I was like trading SPX. And he's like looking over at my phone. And he's like, "Is that your account?" And I'm like, "Ah, no, it's like a client's, right?" And he's like, "I'd kill a motherfucker for that money." And I was like, "All right. All right. That's good to know, man." Like, I love New York City. Did you skip your stop? No, fuck no. My stop's in like a really busy area. You didn't follow me. One of Kenny's goons. A privacy glass screen protector. I don't like those. You were that big order of GMED this morning? No, I wasn't. Thanks for asking, Seacraft. I'm glad you're keeping an eye on it. I wouldn't want to forget about GMED. Also, you know, the privacy glass screen protector, not as useful when trading at a bar, right? Google laying off 12K jobs or 6% of their global headcount. All right, good, bullish. Please tell us about your 8 a.m. with DFV. What did he say? DMV, the Department of Motor Vehicles. That guy didn't follow you home, did he? I don't think so. I mean, I don't really care if he does. Man, last time I went to get a sandwich at that place, I was threatened too. I love the Italian BMT though. Nice. Different subway, but fun stuff. Ko-Fi while you were gone. Is it inappropriate? You wouldn't be telling me about it if it wasn't. Let's see. Thanks for your 118 end of day video. Decided to enter my first SPY put position shortly after open yesterday. I set my stops and magically made a healthy 25% profit. Thanks for all you do and your sage advice. Thank you so much, Steve. I appreciate it, dude. Congratulations. How are those tips looking for Upstart now? I mean, they were already crossing this morning. If you guys didn't notice, liquidity was not running the way it usually does in the pre-market, which is fun. I'm about to get a reprimand because that Kofi wasn't a shit pissed. No, you finally did a good job, Carl. You can have some of your tea back. Deutsche Bank slashes investment banker bonuses but rewards traders. Deutsche Bank cutting investment banker bonus pool by 40%. Ha! Fixed income getting fucked in a recession. That's funny. I mean, not if you work in fixed income. It's very serious. But can I have a moment of silence at some point today for all of our Rev 35Cs? No, I can't wait till they're gone. Your cross tips with the guy on the subway? No, I didn't. Although he did sit really close to me. Do we have Greeks today? We didn't this morning. I don't know if we do yet. Let me double check. I don't know if JFresh is busy today. He might not be able to do them manually, but there was no data from CBOE. Which is starting to look like it's a thing that happens around Opex, and I think we need to have, like, a serious word with them. Or at least get some credits. Form SC 13GA Bed Bath & Beyond filed by BlackRock Inc. Cool. It's about time, right? When was BlackRock's last filing? Did they sell more or buy more? And did they buy any outside of their ETF holdings? That's the big. Is 3920 a resistance today? Yeah. Let me take a look because we should have updated gamma charts. If nothing else. At gamma. I have yesterday's. So we still have those, but those will probably change today. Hopefully we get this problem fixed over the weekend. Gamma flip point on SPX at 37.50. Gamma fairly flat to the upside with some resistance at 39.15. Call concentration is at 39.50. And there's a lot of puts, but they're at like 3,900. After that, not much to 38.75. Looks like those might get left in the dust if this continues to bounce. Flat gamma is good, but moving over the gamma flip point would be better. I wouldn't say it looks super bearish. Let me take a look at the 0 DTEs. All right, so not a lot so far, but some puts at 3,900, 38.50. Some calls at 39.50, 39.60. It's awfully bullish on the 0 DTE side. Yeah, gamma almost completely flat at 39.10, 39.15, and 20 a little negatively skewed. This is for 0 DTs. And then at a break of 30.25, it moves positive with a pretty hard wall at 39.40. So right now, I would say 39.25s, 39.20 is on the table. If we break that, 39.35 is possible. We do not want to see call side capitulation more than we saw at market open. I bought SPX calls in a paper trading account. They show up as AM settled. I tried to look up what that meant, but I couldn't make sense of it. Can you please smooth brain explain? That's the morning expiration. So there's two contract types on SPX. You have the AM expirations and you have the SPXW contracts, which are the weekly contracts. Generally speaking, AM contracts have better liquidity, but the most commonly traded contracts are the SPXW ones. Menacing guy from the subway. So glad I ran into you. Your report inspired me to join the pickle jar and become a billionaire. Through hard work and SPX options, I too can achieve what you have. Thanks, Trading Centaur. No problem, menacing guy from the subway. Welcome aboard. QQQ having a strong outing today. QQQ might be better than SPX today. Netflix was interesting, right? Miss on EPS, but beat on revenue, and the subscriber bases went up, which is apparently all investors give a shit about. Gurk, you're looking mighty bullish today. Thanks. I trimmed my beard. Maybe that's why. Thoughts on GNS? Oh, is that fucking pump and dump? I don't really care about it. It's just like another Opex stock, right? It's like an Opex stock where their CEO is like really interested in fucking the shorts. Good for him. Does it have options? No, we don't track Express's Greeks because it's not worth any money. So the Greek values don't matter on a stock that's sub $1. Even above $1, like that low of a price, they're not really relevant because there's no strikes below, right? It doesn't have options? Fuck that shit. Why are people even bringing it up? Who gives a fuck? I had a meeting today and found a bunch of funds are throwing money at any stable industrial startup they can find. Someone is hunting for growth. They're hunting for manufacturing because PBI is dropping and margins are going to expand, right, on cheaper costs. Do you Jork look at the tips on Fubo by any chance? Yeah, they look fine. Fubo's a little more liquid than the other ones. It's up 900% in 5 days. I don't give a shit. It looks like it might be done too. Cool. I'm sure you bought in at 30 cents. Hey, Greg, question about options assignment using Fubo as an example. What happens to $2 CCs and $2 CSPs if the price closes at exactly $2? They may or may not get assigned. It depends on your broker, too. If you're with Fidelity, they'll probably get assigned. Someone else, there's a chance they won't. Sorry to bring this up. Can you see why ACIW is running? Short covering, long speculation. Wonder if we'll see a spike or a dump in price. Uh, It looks like some short covering. It's rapidly approaching resistance. Although, it may still have some room to move up. Actually. So maybe another period, like maybe a little resistance here, right? You got bag holders that are going to get out, and that's going to present a bit of a problem around 30, especially as you approach $30, right? I guess see how much sell off you get, and then look for a point of stabilization. Probably back around like 26 to 27. Just look at hair last dips on our stock. We can tell which ones are the most liquid. By looking at hair. What? Looks like the bottom is in for this SLD is Jan 27 3950C, risky to hold over the weekend. And also, you have calls for next week as well. I do have calls for next week. I don't have any Jan 27 SPX calls. Oh no, I do. I have 3920s. Yeah. I have 3920s over the weekend. I don't know about 3950. 3950 is going to depend on what happens like Monday, I think. I don't think we're going to see 3950 today. 3935 maybe at the top range. Unless we get some serious short capitulation, it's unlikely that we break the flip point today. SLD isn't over. There's just less selling occurring now. The concentration of selling is less, right? But upside resistances can still be pretty brutal. Oh fuck, why do I have 3925s? Ugh. Oh well. Gross. This is the first Opex I was able to get out of on Wednesday with big gains, not big losses. How are you feeling, Jimmy Upstart, going into Jan Opex, considering the deferrals? Pretty fucking good. I like everything I see so far. Uh, we're gonna see what happens next week. I will say this morning they were not able to get a lot of liquidity. That's a good sign. That either means that whatever liquidity they were able to get, they needed to use right away in the pre-market, or they had no intention of shorting today, which is also a possibility. Remember, when you're thinking about this, uh, it's not that they can't tap the ETFs for liquidity right now; it's that they don't want to, right? You don't want to create shares to short at 20 when you can create shares and short at 25 or 30, right? That's on 317, $40 calls on Upstart. I've been averaging in and now have a lot of them. They're super fucking far out of the money. You're 100% over Gamma Max. It's a volatility play, and you don't have a lot of Vega because they're so close dated. It's not my favorite position, but you could make money on it. You will need volatility on Upstart to increase quite a bit. Because I highly doubt Upstart is going to go anywhere near $40 on this run. I know it's a dream, but where could the Jan 20 Upstart options chain get out of hand for them? Above 20? Above 21? Above 20. 20 is definitely the most OI, right? Yeah, 1750 is a lot, but 20 is 11,000 contracts that would go in the money. 1850, 1950 are going to be rough. 2250's got a lot of contracts. So does 25. 35 is ridiculous. Maybe not this run, but what about the next? Possibly, but we don't know when that's going to be until this one's over, right? And we get more data. How much is $1 a slice these days? $1, but that shit's awful. You should look into privacy screen protector for your phone so no one can see what you're doing. Yeah, someone else suggested that too. Beer looks good. Did Cat Lady ask you to trim it down? Was the thigh tickler tickling her too much? Jesus Christ. When does Opex start for GME? I mean, today's the expiration date. Next week's the settlement. But today's T+5 from our first day of deferrals. So we could see some price action today. Probably not too much, but a little. I kind of went over it in the morning DD. Got any updated Greeks? Nope. Well, they'll change after expiration today. Have you been to Akiwe Delhi? No. No, we don't. Someone just asked that. There's no Greeks right now. If JFresh gives me an update at any point, I'll let you guys know. I'll message him, but he's probably working. When you forget to remove an option buy that never triggered, then it triggers and is up 30%. I don't make mistakes, only happy accidents. Nice, man. That's on MA busting through 38, 383.50 in the near term. 383.50. Let me take a look. Jesus. Yeah, I don't think so. Maybe retest like 381. This doesn't look particularly great. I like Visa better. What makes you say that? Once it starts, there's a lot of underwater shorts all the way up to 100. Short squeezes are very rare and highly unlikely. Do you have any unupdated Greeks? Yeah. You can look at yesterday's if you want. Here, I'll just put them up with a disclaimer that they are yesterday's. They probably haven't changed a ton. I'm starting to 25 today. Realistic if this trend keeps up. I mean, right now it looks like we're just moving up with the market, which does not imply that there's any covering outside of what the SPX is doing today. Sitting on some Gen 27, 39, 20 Cs, worth holding through the weekend. Maybe if they're in the money today, I also have them. If they're in the money today, I'll probably hold them through the weekend. But if it moves up enough, I'm just gonna take profits. What effect do the increasing FTDs have on Jimmy's price from now until the end of February? Will they add a floor to the downside? No, and the FTDs aren't very high. There's just ETF FTDs on Feb 7th. Other than that, none of them look very impressive. We've had days with like 800,000 ETF FTDs in the past that haven't resulted in a very significant amount of price action. The 3 million FTDs, probably notable. What do you want to see today that leaves us in a good position for next week? Anything you're looking at that might make you lose confidence in the thesis? Not really. I'd like to see us move up and hold today. I think that would be the best outcome. I don't expect us to like break through any important Greek levels or get a lot of volume today, but just move up and hold in line with the market is fine. I don't think people are thinking about the theta cost of buying chicken for egg production. Those chickens cost about $40 a year to feed. You realistically only make 2 or 3 cents per egg. Are people trying to start their own egg like fuck that. Gurk yesterday on Dork's stream, he was discussing new patterns that you had never mentioned, such as a bear thing and a bull thing in the SPX and a bull thing formation right now. I don't like the words you're saying at me. Can you point me to a paper on how exactly the Greek neutrals are calculated? No. Also, there's no way for you to get intraday updates. You can estimate it intraday, but you'll probably be wildly inaccurate unless you get dealer data where you have live OI. Anybody promising that for under like $15,000 a month is full of shit. I went over advanced TA topics in my substitute stream. What's a bull thing? At least translate it for me. They're dorks words. Why did you leave us alone with them? I mean, I didn't. I just left you alone. My local council put a limit on backyard chicken numbers. Awkward. Is the quality of the egg, though? Fresh eggs from your backyard, chickens produce a much higher quality egg compared to the high quality free range eggs at the store, not the cheap white ones. You do get a better egg, I'm aware of that. You can buy like eggs at the farmer's market and let someone else take care of the fucking chickens, right? Like panic during trend lines to stop GME from going down more. Are you exercising any Rev 35s before they expire today? Absolutely fucking not. Hey, mister, forgot my charger at home. Can't listen in all day. I'm thinking about getting in NVIDIA puts at the end of the month. Thoughts on March 150s? Um, hmm. March 150? It's not awful. $170 right now. I for March I would prefer like 160, but 150 is not terrible. You might have to like take profits early though. Is there a tax advantage of holding it out of the money option to expiration, or should it be sold for 0.01 to harvest losses? Good luck. You're probably not going to find a buyer if it's that cheap. Bull thing was a trend line I drew on Meta because it was going up. All right. Could you buy dealer data live OI for a month and train a machine learning algorithm off option flow data to get a live OI estimate? Probably not. It's going to be inaccurate, right? Because I mean, that's a huge variable. It not only does it change seasonally, it changes like if you like imagine constructing it around Opex when options volume sky high, or like doing the test. Like it's gonna be completely fucking wrong if you try and go like and use that on any other day of the month. Money is worthless to a billionaire stuck in the desert with no water. How do you get stuck in a desert with no water when you're a billionaire? Everyone's gonna be looking for you. I had a fever dream where the US government chose the NFT marketplace as how many billionaires have died in the desert of dehydration in the last 20 years? I have a fever dream where the US government chose the NFT marketplace as a hub for all crypto transactions. And I woke up still poor. That sounds about right. At least one. Steve Fawcett. I'm sure Putin has disappeared some oligarchs to the Atacama Desert, but probably. Usually he just checks them out of windows or like has them shoot themselves in the head twice, right? Not enough billionaires have died in the desert from dehydration. That's probably true. Burning Man is a good guess. Stuck in traffic, trying to leave. Nobody else has water either that you can't give. Like, so you're stuck in traffic in the California desert with hundreds of other cars, and you're a billionaire. I think you could get a hold of some fucking water. I I'm just messing with him. I understand the purpose of the comment. He shot himself in the chest 3 times, head twice, then jumped out of a building onto some more bullets. You might want to rethink vaping. Nah, I'm good. Thanks for the concern. You ignored my comment where I said you skipped my comment about channeling my inner Stefan. I must be shadow banned. I don't think so. I probably just didn't see it or saw that it was silly and glanced over it. My ex went to Burning Man last year. It took her and her group 30 hours to leave Burning Man. I don't understand why people do that. All my calls expired today. I'm gonna have to steal plays from people on the subway to survive. Maybe. Heard of that neighbor outside Scottsdale? Those neighborhood outside Scottsdale was built outside the municipality to avoid tax. Scottsdale has cut off the water because they won't pay for it, and now they truck it in. Oh, if trucks would ever stop going to New York City, you'd be eating rats within a few weeks. There's a fucking there's bridges. It's not like an isolated island. So they're closing the bridges and no trucks. I have 2 freezers full of ice cream sandwiches. I could survive literally for months before ever eating a rat. I could also just walk north and then into the woods and hunt animals. Where the fuck do you think New York is? It's not like in the middle of the ocean. Billionaires can probably just magically summon a chopper to the desert. Yeah. Although, that is a way billionaires die. And if you're a billionaire, you should never get in a helicopter. You hunt, bro? I could kill shit. Everyone acting like survival is some like insane skill set. It's not. Idiots have been doing it for thousands of years. That's how we all got here. Rockstar is also bad for helicopters. Rockstar is any form of transportation. Bus, airplane, helicopter. You need to be carried on a dais for the rest of your life. That's the only safe way of travel, and it needs to be bulletproof. A lot of people have a romanticized view of surviving in the wild. Watch Alone for a couple seasons. Those are experts, and they're just staving off death as long as they can. Yeah, it doesn't seem that hard. I'll be fine. 4-year-old can survive in the woods for 1 week. Then I can call my doctor's office to make an appointment. Water, food, shelter, bidet. Back of my toilet's full. And I have like 6 5-gallon jugs of water in my living room. I think I'm good. I mean, at least I can live long enough that other people will have died first, and I can go take their stuff. Prepper? No, I forgot to cancel my water delivery the last 2 months. There's no people coming after me for my stuff. What is this? What are you imagining? What scenario is going through your mind right now? EMP? Zombie apocalypse? If you don't have a gun, you just have to be sneaky. What's your flee Manhattan plan? I don't have one. If it gets nuked, I'm dead. I don't give a shit. I'll be dead before I even realize that I am. Russian invasion, Wolverines. I'm just trying to think what these people are imagining their like LARPing for their survival situation. What's the fantasy? Like how does it play out? You get covered in radioactive dust and have to spend a few days vomiting blood and your skin sloughing off before you die. Like I said, we have bridges, right? In the case of EMP, offer's still good for us to meet you down at Wall Street so you can wait for Opex covering with our calls. Yeah, absolutely. We'll get them filled out by hand. I've never seen a post-apocalyptic centaur story before. Who needs a gun when you have a vast assortment of high-quality Japanese chef's knives? Exactly. Hey Gerg, sorry I'm advanced that this is not a shitpost. In Webull, when I try to put SPX into one of the four charts, it changes all four to SPX. How do I stop that from happening? Click up here and then type SPX in the chart you want it in. Do you have an alien invasion plan? No, and no one else does either. What becomes your replacement bidet in the wild? The river? Yeah, I mean, maybe you could like arrange rocks on a fast flowing river and get like a nice little upward stream, and you could just kind of use that. You could also flee into the under York or sub York or whatever the mole people call it. And you can integrate into the mole society and trade soil and tunnel futures. Maybe. Pro tip, hide inside your fridge in case you get nuked. Works every time. Probably not. If New York City were to get nuked, um, everything would be in the blast radius. There's like a 0% chance of survival. Unless it's like one of those like Russian cruise missiles that can't hit the right country. The best SHTF survival gear is a shit ton of canned food, a Sawyer water filter, an MSR Dragonfly. They work with gasoline from cars, and a lot of hard alcohol to barter with. You mean potatoes in a toilet? Click the Foursquare's icon and uncheck sync symbols. Oh, yeah, you might need to do that too. Yeah, you don't want to sync the symbol. My alien invasion plan is to offer my body up for them to enjoy in exchange for survival. Nice. I have 550 whites, $550 white steel debit too. It's massive. It trades durability for sharpness, but it is nutty. I don't have anything in whites. Well, that's not true. I think I have like a utility knife that's in white steel. But I have a bunch of like the Aogami super blue knives. I think most of my knives are that. And then I have one that's like R2 machine steel or powdered steel. This conversation started with eggs. It always fucking does. Do you ever talk about HLBZ on this stream? If you did, I didn't pay attention. Just curious on your thoughts on the company. Is this another pump and dump penny stock that you pulled off of Reddit? Yep. Nope. I definitely didn't. Did you read the River Runs Dry DD? Go read the River Runs Dry DD again, and then stop asking me about the shit stocks that are pumping. Just checking because these drops made my eyes blurry. Is SLD over? No. Bjork Biddy Bear is sending 800,000 tactically armed IRS agents for your gas stove. What do? Jump onto my neighbor's balcony and then pretend I live there. I'd be like, I don't know that guy. Well, the local grocery store was out of eggs yesterday when I went. Completely bare. I got around half a dozen from chickens, and there are more out there today. That sucks. Is it? Wouldn't that just be because you live in like kind of a remote town where the egg deliveries may not be as consistent? I've yet to go to a store where they're out of eggs in the last 3 months. Plenty of eggs. They cost more, but they're there. Greg, if the river ran dry in the apocalypse, then what would you use for a bidet? Have the poor spit water at your pussy? That's fucking awesome. You buy any of these zero DT puts on SPX today? Maybe. Let's see if we retest 39.25. I still think we can hit like 39.30. Yeah. Might take a minute, but I still think we can tap that. If we tap that, then I might pick up some like 39.25s or something. What happens if the river runs really hard, aka opposite of dry? Everything rips. Like Costco ran out of eggs a few weeks ago for a few days. Jesus. Costco's been sold out of their organic eggs 50% of the time when they're in stock. Limited to 2 containers. I went to Costco like last weekend and bought like 5 dozen eggs. And I brought them home on the subway, which was an adventure. And now I have more eggs than I know what to do with. Toss them at SSers outside of your. How am I gonna know? Are they wearing like purple circle hoodies now? Purple robes? JPEG gonna announce 75 BPS rate hike because of eggs? Unlikely. I thought they were just gonna remove eggs from CPI. It's much better. I'm not gonna run out of electricity, man. I'm not enough like I'm not so concerned about my electricity going out for a period of time that it would require me to have to eat a pickled fucking egg. That thought doesn't even occur to me. Carbon based. Make another YouTube channel called Gork Quiche. Pro tip, make sure you're looking at the price per count when buying eggs. I found brown cage free are cheaper than cheap dirt people eggs. I just buy them. I don't even look at the price. I don't even know what they cost, honestly. I think they were like $6 or something. For like 24 eggs or whatever comes in that package. What's your survival plan for a gamma ray burst, striking the USA and cooking everyone to death? I don't have one. Pay your electricity bill, Gurk. It's been 8 months. Never. They don't realize they're speaking to a concrete magnet because you don't care about you don't talk about CX anymore. Can we talk Baba for 1 minute? Sell profitable calls with 30 plus days of theta, or take profits and reposition. I guess. I mean, I have no interest in buying Baba at these prices. It might run a little bit for Opex. What does a banana cost? Like $10? Probably. I don't have a Jersey home. I think my elevator is, well, mostly repaired. As much as they're gonna do. I bet the flat earther would know how to survive a gamma ray burst. Fucking pores? Eggs? Really? Yeah, apparently. What's your survival plan for max covered calls? Most likely, yeah. Calls on dole. Rappers also buy non-appreciating assets without checking the price. It's true. My gamma ray burst survival plan hinges on me surviving and gaining superpowers that I then use to rebuild this great nation into a radioactive autocracy. Nice. Just throw batteries in the ocean to absorb the gamma rays. I thought, can't you just put on a pair of Ray-Bans? Isn't that sufficient? Do you have any home solutions for neck tension from staring at screens all day? I don't get any neck tension. My neck's loose. Set your screens at eye level so you don't have to move your neck. I don't know. They're not gamma ray bands. Shit. Well, you could build a gamma ramp and then hide underneath it. One of my friends here in town has about 40 acres. He grows 90% of his food, including raising a few cattle every year for beef. He's a retired millionaire. Mental illness is really common and largely undiagnosed. A gamma ray burst would not only cook one half of the globe, it also cook the atmosphere, meaning the other half would run out of air and freeze to death. Yeah. Well, depending on which side the sun's on, they would either freeze or burn to death. Do you ever hedge your calls with the money calls? No. Do you hedge your calls with eggs? Also, no. What's with the doomsday scenarios today? I'm trying to figure out preppers, understand them a little better. I mean, think about this, right? Like, or at least I'm trying to. So this guy's got a neighbor that's growing all his own food, and he's a retired millionaire. Now I don't know what that means. There's lots of degrees of retired millionaire, right? Like literally every homeowner in the state of California that's retired is a millionaire, right? But imagine, let's say he's got $10 million, like enough to live off of through the end of his life. You know, provided consistent returns from investments. But instead, he's chosen to go out into the fields and grow his own food. Like a serf. Now, there's only two reasons for this that I can think of that are logical. One, mental illness. Two, he's on the lam. Trusted FBI agents know his identity and are actively trying to find him. If he goes to a grocery store, he will be spotted. He'll be back on the grid. His life will be over. It's a hedge that there are a lot of stupid people in government and malicious actors. Something. What was the rest of that? It's not. It's a shitty hedge. Hire someone to grow your fucking food. You're a millionaire. There's no malicious act. They're just idiots. Self-serving idiots. Maybe he enjoys it and gives purpose, but if you grow your own, it's much better than anything you can buy. The extra tick makes a difference. It's insane and a waste of time. What's with the trend of everyone? You know what I've always wanted to be? A medieval peasant. I can't wait to grow my own tubers and eat stews over my fire that I leave cooking for fucking the rest of my life. I'm just slowly adding ingredients over time. Dirt's gross. Yeah, but when I go to a farm-to-table restaurant, I'm not doing the farming. Happy Friday, Gurk. You've changed my life. Thanks, Ice Cream Sandwich. It's a hedge against blight hitting our crops. You're wasting time on investing. You already have enough money. False. I'm so posh, I'm becoming a serf. So he's just been broken and is no longer capable of functioning in society. And so he's fled into the wild to grow his own food. That's mental illness. That's reason number one. Total hipster move. My girlfriend and I got a weekly veg box from a local urban farm. The veg has so much flavor than store-bought, it's surprising. You can also volunteer at the farm, but fuck that. Exactly. I love gardening. The food is, oh, yeah, but you're you. I started a job at Northwestern Mutual. Been here a week. Does anyone here know what I'm supposed to be doing? I haven't seen a senior financial advisor since starting. How do I get out of here? You know, you could just hide until you get fired. Not the crazy neighbor. I was answering your why prepping in general, whether for summer hurricane that takes out your hood for 5 days, or a blizzard, or a nation state caused disaster. I've been to some interesting three-letter agency discussions on infrastructure. Just saying, oh, it's fucked. But like, all the prepping in the world, you could still die, right? If the infrastructure falls apart, you can only store so much water. So you live longer than other people and then also die. Rider of the rounded bottom breakouts. What do you make of this mentally ill billionaires building bunkers and emergency exits backyard? That's a good one. They can't afford spaceships, I assume. I'm not worried about doomsday scenarios. I haven't gambled away my emergency fund yet. Jimmy's doing great today. Everyone should be stoked. Well, based on that, everyone dies. So why ever get out of bed in the first place? But why prepare for a scenario that's statistically unlikely? Not only unlikely, very unlikely. And then even if you prepare for it, you're still very likely to die anyway. I don't know. I just feel like time could be better spent on other endeavors. I like to think that my personal subscription to your channel goes 100% towards your ice cream Sammy allowance. Barring that, your nut mix fund. Can that be a thing? Okay. Nuts are getting kind of expensive. So yeah, actually, yeah, I am deploying more capital into nuts. Have you not seen Mars Attack? That's not a real thing. Yeah, but you're like a kind of a hippie dork, right? Like you already live in the woods. I expect that from you. It's okay. One day I will show you the ways of money, and you'll never think that way again. The problem is that they only make movies about the guy who built a bunker and then had to use it. They need to make a bunch of movies about bunker boys that die never using them. Yeah, but that's just a documentary. Where's the drama? Wait, who am I calling a cunt? Which one? You didn't even tell me, Jay Fresh. Fubu is on Reg Show. IBKR has it listed as a SEC Rule 201. Wait, what? Really? When the fuck did that happen? I don't see it. Oh, SSR from yesterday? Why is he saying it's on the reg show list? What's up with the straight up and down on GME? Are they churning volume in Philly again? I think they're just using whatever liquidity they get to immediately short after they get it and then covering again. I didn't buy 1,000,000 Bobby shares. If there was an earthquake, I'd almost bet even the best prepper would get up and out of bed in their underwear and run out of the house from being so scared. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to stay inside a structure. Do you think VFC could bounce back from these lows as China reopens? They have a tasty dividend and are pretty cheap currently. I don't know. They do have a nice dividend. Apparel might not be the best play into a recession, though. I mean, I suppose there's a chance, but I'm not a huge fan of it. At least from a cursory glance here. 8,000,000 share dark pool dump on SPY. Ooh. I feel that storing food and supplies is biblically wise and prudent, but not so much that you have to be confident in your preparations and not the ultimate provider. Uh. Why does anyone feel the need to prepare for disaster? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I only have a 365-day supply of MREs for a family of 4. That's got to be an awkward conversation. Even squirrels are smart enough to store food for months. No, they're stupid. And it's instinctual. They're no more than the sum of their instincts. Squirrels also run out in front of cars for no reason. So do people. I prepare for disaster every week by doing groceries for the week. Smart. I can't answer that. I mean, I live in a major fault line, so yes. But am I preparing for the end of the world? No. Okay. If there's a reasonable cause, like you live in Florida, California, somewhere where earthquakes are more common, Pacific Northwest, and you have a small emergency kit in case something happens. That's normal, right? That's not like a compulsion to prepare. That's just kind of that's just kind of a safety measure, right? I may or may not have enough guns and ammo to arm the entire 510 gang. You probably shouldn't say that on the internet. Three days of no trucks to New York City, and the rest of the country runs out of all its shit, too. Were you in New York City during Hurricane Sandy? No, but it looked fun. I would have bought a kayak. I finally had a reason to go into that store. What's it called? I don't remember the name of it. That's where the people from Colorado shop. Irvine has better bagels than New York. Thoughts? False. Did I buy a call at the top of this SPX run? Also, I have ramen and spaghetti for my bunker, which is pillows stacked on my couch, plus an Elmo flashlight. Nice, McChuggets. I'm a little less disappointed in you. I live in New York. I've never had to evacuate in my entire life. REI. That's the name of it. No trucks for 3 days to New York City. What is this, Gotham? That's on SPX 4000C for the 27th of January. Little risky. You have an entire closet full of expired... Well, they're not expired. They're just not best anymore. Right? You can still eat them, I think. As long as they're not botulistic. When New York goes underwater, I become a gondola driver. Get one of those little sticks, just sing songs, and push my boat around the streets of New York. It'll be the cleanest the city's ever been. Heat and windproof. You've never gone hungry. I have. But that was because of poor, not because of availability. Have you considered that many folks in the outside of the New York City bubble have actual families to consider and not just themselves in their portfolio? Perhaps it's better to have and not need than... Is there a second part to this? Or is that just a run-on sentence? Like, I can fill in the blank myself, but I want you to do it. Prepping involves learning who has prepped the most and then robbing them when the apocalypse happens. Not advocating it as a play, but any thoughts on GNS 10xing? No news, while all the other stocks are not squeezing. Surely there's some market mechanic at play beyond just retail speculation. Retail speculation in a 10 million share float. There's a lot of shit that's running super hard right now. It's not just GNS. You know, you can also just filter the market by stocks that have moved most up most for the day, and you can look at all the penny stocks that have gone up 300 or 400 or 500%. Doesn't mean you owned them at the bottom, right? I mean, it's like another Opex stock, right? The alternative, you're the poster child for big city snob. It's not snobbery. It's just ridiculous. I buy cans of food and then bury single cans in random spots around my house and the municipality. Same like prepping. I mean, as long as you know all the locations. Guess what's not running hard today? Matt. Jesus Gork, would you stop buying Jamie Weeklies on my account? I didn't. Well, just get a metal detector, dork. My 39.25s are still underwater, but I'm gonna put a stop on them because they're almost at break even. You're welcome up here, 57 miles north of the city. In the event of a death apocalypse, just follow Metro North. I have no provisions, but I know where a prepper is and a huge stash of guns. Awesome. You think like a child. It's cute. No, I don't. But in the event of apocalypse, I'm not going to drag a family around. They can't help me survive. I've been canning squirrels and building. They're just going to slow you down. I've been canning squirrels and building a hand-powered bidet in the event of a disaster. Am I prepping correctly? Assuming you were to buy Feb 3 calls on Monday, what delta would you be eyeing? 4 or 3? My Tuesday prep is too frustrated. Try and get the internet up and refresh the stream so I know when to buy calls on the apocalypse bounce. Exactly. I didn't say there was anything wrong with it. At least you have a kind of a reason, right? You're very rural. GMS hired an ex-FBI agent to investigate into short selling? What a waste of money. Imagine buying a company that's hiring private detectives. I don't know why you guys are always prepping for disaster. Guy who has Vic Squeeze Hedge open at all times. That's not for a disaster, though. That just protects me from slippage, right? It also protects me from a disaster. But that's just awesome, right? My state government doesn't know how to keep the power on. Oh, do you live in Texas? Are you prepping for when the immigrants finally succeed at taking every single American's jobs? No? Should I be prepared for that? I don't think so. Is Jimmy trading? Yeah. It's, it's doing. It's fine, right? Why do you buy insurance? It's legally required? I don't insure anything else. It would be epic if Gurk survived and made it to some community of preppers and then asked what skills he has. YouTube streamer, stock god, centaur that can pull a wagon. Yeah. Tell me I'm not crazy and everything looks bullish as fuck on Upstart apart from the price. It looks really good. What do you make of my April 55s on Upstart? Not enough theta to extract Vega value? April might not be that bad. April 55s? Vega's at 0.008 right now. I mean, you would need You would need a pretty hard run, but I mean they'll go up in value with IV increasing, just not a ton. Unless Delta were to also move up. And Delta, like, if Delta crests like zero point 0.1 on those, which you'd have to be at like probably like $25. But yeah, if Delta on those hits like zero point 0.1, Vega moves up. Vega will be about like, like point 0.14, 0.15 at that point, or 0.014. So you get a little bit of a multiplier. It's not ideal by any means, but I mean they'll probably go up in value, and since they're very cheap, it'll be a large percentage gain. But they might like 2 or 3x, maybe 4. I mean, you really need a lot of IV for that, but I don't know if you're interested. But Sava is moving on a bit of volume. I mean, I don't care. I don't really have anything like long on Sava. I have like I have bull put spreads, which I mostly just want to expire out of the money, and then I have CSVs, which have expire today and have almost no chance of expiring in the money. Unless the market crashes this afternoon. My brother-in-law told me he saved 3K on his auto insurance. When I asked how, he said by not having it. Oh, Jesus. I mean, there's a couple states where it's not required that you insure your vehicle. I don't know which ones. I think Illinois. I don't know why I know that. SPX daily positioning. We're looking. Well, we were looking to break 39.25. We have test at 39.30 now. Above 39.30, a little difficult. Illinois requires auto insurance. Okay, maybe it was Illinois. New Hampshire's another state for no mandatory insurance on a vehicle. Huh. I'm back to check on my husband, Jeff G. How's he doing today? Did he find out which that guy he can be yet? No, he's still wandering aimlessly through the chat. Will the ultimate smugness crown go to the doomsday prepper and who is the last surviving human? Think about that and then rethink your position. Why would you want to be the last surviving human? I'd rather die at that point. Prepping, storing, and producing food is just the original form of insurance, like fire extinguishers. You hope you never need it, but if you do need it, you are grateful you have it. Yeah. There's a difference between, like I said, having like some emergency protection and prepping large amounts of like firearms and canned goods for a global catastrophe. I never want to see the end of civilization, but historically, civilizations do end. Might sprout up again, might not in your lifetime. I mean, sure. I think we're. It took Rome a long time to fall. It didn't happen overnight. Retiring our F-35s today. I propose a Viking funeral. Place them all in a rowboat, fill it with hay, wood, set it adrift in the Hudson, and hire Walken to send a flaming arrow. Thoughts? No. They don't deserve it. They didn't die in battle. There is no seat in the halls of Odin for them. Or didn't ever really fall. It's been at a pretty consistent elevation the duration of its existence. They don't like 1940 on Jimmy, huh? They don't like 20. I think far more importantly, they don't like 20. Wait, so Rome was built in a day, but it didn't fall it overnight? That doesn't make sense. Up in one day, down in one day? No. It's not a carnival. Gherkin, the reason I brought up the pocket uh, and a man's Colito is because I don't believe my wife will survive an apocalypse. My bug out bag consists of the pocket honey hole, blonde wig, poppers, large bottle of Tabasco, and a large pack of tortillas. Well, at least you're gonna go out in style, Kendra. We swing trading Rome? No. Girk, where's SLD today? It's there. All the way until Monday morning. Ooh. Maybe. I'm gonna sell all of my calls. Yes. All of my SPX calls are getting sold today. Open and close 0 DT SPX straddles today. Made money on all my plays. What a great day. Nice, man. Can you point to some of the candles that were SLD specifically? I don't need to. They're all during SLD. That's how SLD works. It's a time period. This is the problem with the understanding of SLD currently. Currently, people think SLD is the red candles. And SLD is actually a period of time that is T+2 from the Wednesday preceding Opex. So this is SLD, not this. This is an effective SLD. Which form does your Patronus take? That's a damn good question. An iron condor. I don't know how to answer that. I don't want to pick. I want some sort of like chimera. It's just another Gurk yelling at the Dementors because they don't make sense. Oh, I didn't know I could pick myself. Me. Yeah. I'd just be my own Patronus. Then there could be two of me, and I could sit in a room with them and be like, "You're really smart." And be like, "I know." Is it J-Pow head on the body of a griffin? That'd be cool too. would Ascot mommy's head go? I don't know. Why not ride a centaur like Putin to ride a horse bare-chested? Huh. I wonder if JPOW got COVID from Girk's COVID lady friend. Oh my god. Are me and JPOW Eskimo brothers? That would be awesome. I'm taking some deserving children to the I'm taking some deserving children to the zoo today, so you won't see much of me. Please give my warmest regards to all the kind folk watching you, and have a glorious day. Thanks, Mirror Universe Kendra Wilson. Has anyone checked to see if the Ascot lady has COVID as well? I don't think so. So one time I had a gas station burrito, and then I sneezed, and I made white and brown and green at the same time. Okay. You see a polar bear killed 2 Alaska people this weekend? Yeah, his calls were underwater. Thoughts on the frailty of the US power grid? It's pretty embarrassing. But Hicks shooting the power grid with semi-automatic rifles, probably not going to take it down. We're talking about Silver Fox Lagarde? Yeah. Future's ripping. Are they? They look okay. I mean, testing 3950. But they're not like moving up right now. They're just kind of flat. Can you explain warrants? I saw filing for 1150 warrants for a stock that is 350. It gives you, it's like almost like an option, except it lasts longer. So it's the right to purchase stock at a specific price on a specific date. And it's issued directly by the company. So they create dilution when they're exercised versus like an option, which would just take the shares from the option seller. It gets you get the shares from the company instead. You plan on picking up more GME calls today? I did this morning. When I'm home alone and getting ready to make white, I like to tie my big toes together. Has anyone else tried this? I don't know. I'm not gonna make a poll, but Power Grid, Hicks, prepping, 3-letter agencies and stocks. What a fucking stream. Thanks, Seacraft. Can you trade warrants? Yeah, sure. Warrants greater than calls? The exercise of warrants is dilutionary, so it has a negative effect on the price of the underlying. They just built a new substation near me. It looks like a prison, 3 layers of steel fencing, varying heights, all topped with barbed wire, many cameras. Looks crazy. Huh. Warrants were one of the reasons destroyed SPACs, the dilution. Yeah. Is 30 out of the question for a potential GME run? I don't think so. I mean, we'll need to see what Gamma Max moves to next week, but yeah, I don't think 30 is out of the question. Or hear me out, a well-placed CME, just some natural fuckery. Oh, and there's devices you can hook up to missiles. They're yeah, electromagnetic pulse. That's it. But that's from like detonating a nuclear warhead in the like in the atmosphere. Oh, Carl timed you out. Cherry Pie is a good song. Calls on warrant. Do you think we have more upside from here? I was looking at entering new puts around 39.20, 39.30, and now we have arrived. Well, the gamma flip point's at 39.37. If we cross that, that's really bullish going into Monday. I think we'll see some resistance at that point. Puts here, like 39.30 aren't bad, but you could probably wait for an entry. I really appreciate all you do for us. I made some and lost some over the last 17 months. But because of you, I've made more than I lost. Thanks for the knowledge and helping me prep my bank account with money stores. No problem, man. Thank you so much, Carbon Base. Good thing we're so good at making friends around the world. Woo. I mean, we don't need to be. That's kind of the point. EMP gets a lot of hype, but it's not actually a threat model that matters. So we're looking for a hard rejection at 39.37? No, but a possible one. I would be wary of it. Like I'm moving all my stops up now as we cross like 39.32. Except that one, apparently. Why isn't that moving? Did this already sell? Alright, maybe that's good. Scrolls are one of the main reasons for power outages. They caused 15,000 outages in 2019 because they were trying to hide their nuts. Would an EMP ruin my 5G chip from the COVID vaccine? You'll have to contact Bill. Are they borrowing any shares from IBKR like they normally do? Would you short something at 19 that was going to go up? You have yesterday's Greeks out, but do you kind of have an idea what they could be today? Roughly the same. I don't think they've changed very much. Yes? Well, alright, yeah, you would, Carl. Ooh. I would never be allowed on the trade floor if I worked for a fund. You'd be surprised. $20 GME CSV expires today. I hope to get assigned at 1999. Are there any borrow rate changes? Not that I've heard about. And the prime rate we calculate like end of day. Oh, there's Gamma Mac or Gamma New. Well, the Gamma flip point on SPX. Hmm. We're gonna watch at 12:69 this afternoon. Possibly. Serious question: if RC sells his GME position, is this play dead? That would be very bad. Yeah. Ugh. Fubo's moving up quite a lot on no volume. No, there's no news of RC selling GME. Was it yesterday after close that turned you bullish for today? A little bit, yeah. Is low volume on GME a good GME good today? Or a bad thing? It's fine. As long as we continue to just track with the index. If RC sells as all the stocks position, is that bad too? RC's not in Fubo. Two tests? I don't know. I haven't gotten stopped out yet. Would you rather have 25 Jan 27 22 50 or 10 Feb 17 17 25? I assume even for Upstart. It's probably like a middle ground there. I don't know. 1750 is safer with the synthetic shorts, but if the synthetic shorts blow up, it'll move up. So it's up to you. Jan 27s are really risky. I have a few of them, but they're definitely dangerous. No GME. Why are you buying? You'd be buying 10 in the money calls on GameStop? Oh, Feb 1725. Sorry. I thought it was 1725. My mistake. If it was my only position, I'd probably opt for the safer one. What's going on with GS? I don't know. It's down like 1% today. Wi-Fi ignores my free chat messages, so I gotta reel them in with serious one every once in a while. How are you so good at this trading thing? Someone say you're even better than Pi-Fi. Glad you asked. It's because I trade using emotion and gut instinct. Congratulations on making money on things going up, popcorn trader. Any thoughts about APPH on Reg Show going into Opex? No. How many days on Reg Show? Check the GS chart. It's not just down 1%. Oh, someone's selling off a bunch of Goldman Sachs. Yeah, it looks like the volume's drying up. Do millionaires have special bank accounts? You can get accounts with higher insurance. Bear Stearns is fine. Yeah. I'm the greatest that has ever lived. This is the longest I have had a port that hasn't gone kaboom. Like I like to say, no MM takes popcorn traders money 8 times in a row. How bullish would you be if Jimmy posts a huge positive FCF for Q4? Firms might be needing to buy in at this point. That'd be awesome. Yeah. Fed is probing Goldman Sachs news. Okay. So, not a big deal. Go back to Fubo. They're selling GS, buying Fubo. I'm okay with that. It seems likely that Nvidia will keep running today, Monday. It'll keep running with them as long as the market's running. Cut finally reached a top. No, I mean, it keeps going up. Maybe. Didn't it top out in like the 250s? The problem with Cat now is it may not go down as much. We need like a big index downturn for Cat to fall off. But buy to close with unsettled, is that a GFE? No. But I would check. I don't think so. Are you expecting much out of Fubo's next earnings? Subscriber growth? I hear the artists of the Louvre on strike. Power to the artists. Praise be to the artist. The Dans. My husband Gherk and the lady VWAP. Riku. Not again. What do they want this time? Buying to close with unsettled funds is a free ride violation. Technically. But I would just call and confirm the timing, because depending on when you sold the option, it might not be. Or when, like, you acquired the funds. if it was coming back from an option, you might not end up with one. Or if the money's coming back from like a stock trade, you might. Hope you're well. I was wondering if you could repeat. It could be a repeat of Freg's Day. Can this Opex only unfold next week? Anyway, thanks for staying hydrated. I mean, we're moving up today, but volume isn't like crazy or anything. I mean, we only have like 1 million volume right now. Crazy so many play with every last dollar in their port. Yeah, I know. What's your prediction for Google earnings? I think ad revenues will be down, but they'll be doing okay. Um, maybe not great. I'm selling cover calls, like in the money, probably sometime next week. Just news, just a calm spy down. I mean, we hit the gamma flip point. And got rejected. So that's expected. Now it depends where we consolidate, if we see further alongside sell offs. What's your overall outlook for SPX next week? On one hand, I think we might get Opex and should be bullish with all the basket stocks. On the other hand, there are also big earnings coming out, so potential big sell off. Will it affect an Opex run? I mean, if no, it shouldn't. But it could reduce its potential. Like, it's not going to cancel it out, but it could reduce its potential. What are your thoughts on Zim? I think it's a piece of shit. I don't think there's any guarantee that their dividend will persist either. Also, don't forget that that dividend has like Israeli tax applied to it as well. Stopped out on the call side, made money on both sides of my straddle. Let's fucking go. Thanks for the knowledge on stocks, white, and centaur tants. You got it, too many tacos. Congratulations, man. There's a chance of 100% run like in March on GME Slim. I wouldn't bet on 100% run, but it could happen. I think that requires a de-risking of currently outstanding positions as well as um, the closing of the previous positions for us to get those really big runs that are just crazy, like January, June. That I think that requires like a de-risking of outstanding obligations in addition to the deferred ones. I think the institutions that have been shorting Fubo slowly move into a position. I think there's been a lot of institutional accumulation on Fubo over the last like 5 months. Are we looking at multiple OPEX obligations piled into this next week? No, I mean it's one set that we're looking for it to be deferred, but that could cause, the currently outstanding ones to be risked off. Instead of entering straight puts, which is what I think we saw in March to some degree, and I think we saw that in March of 2022. I think we saw it in June of 21. I think we saw it, well, I think we saw it in May into June of 21. I think we saw it in January of 2021. And then the amount of options interest, it's not a no packs. I mean, it'd still be like a break of Gamma Max, high test, and then, back down. But if it causes de-risking of the currently outstanding positions, we get something more like March, right? Where we move up, test Gamma Max, and then Gamma Max rises and we move up again. More sustained upside for a longer period of time. How much investor capital would you need to entice you to start your own fund? I mean, if I really wanted to do it, I could probably get the capital to do it with. 100, 200 million, 250. Could Atomic's Fubo position be considered institutional? It might be getting close. You give me a percent probability by which you think we'll see 100% run on Upstart or GME. No. Instead of entering straight puts, thoughts on entering bear put spreads and closing out the short side for a profit if we move up. Is this kind of like a straddle? Here's the problem. Oh, wait. So you're talking about buying like after the run? You want to get like debit spreads? I mean, it's okay, I guess. Not enough for an ISDA, though. You can get it over time. If you started your own fund, you would have to stop the stream. If so, and the Dans cannot allow that to happen. Why? I'll just have to have compliance watch me all day. Debit spreads a start, and if it moves against me, closing out the short leg. Oh, okay. That's not terrible. Any effects from the future swaps written in 2021 with a 2-year period? There shouldn't be. Also, what swaps written with a 2-year period? Show me them. Has anyone ever seen one? Those could be closed already. I mean, no one's tracking that shit. You couldn't even if you wanted to because the data's not available. Can you pull up Tesla chart and share what you think the 7 million candle was? 11:24 a.m. e.g. dark pool order, short covering, etc. Thank you. Why would I pull up Tesla's chart and look at one large candle? It could have been anything. Go look at the options chain and see what happened at that time. Someone might have just bought 7 million shares. I have no idea. What type of person decides to be compliance? Usually assholes, in my experience. Or Elon dumped 7 million shares? Maybe. Although he did promise he wasn't going to sell anymore. Federal Reserve is investigating Goldman Sachs. Sorry if anyone posted already. Nice. AKA, Elon is selling more. Yeah, maybe. Terrible price to sell at, though. I thought they were selling off all their espresso machines and pizza ovens first. When you talk about volumetric moves, is there a specific number you're looking for, or just more than average? I mean, a lot more than average, like 3 to 4 times more than average, like 10 to 20 million volume a day. How would your strategy change at a fund you started? I mean, there'd obviously have to be a lot more hedging, and you have to fall within like specific risk management requirements, so it reduces profitability. Let's assume you and J-Power are Eskimo brothers. Would you rather be first or second? First. Maybe, you know what? It doesn't matter. Do you think we've seen the T+5 movement for GME today? No? I think we're just moving up with the market. I mean, like, we have no volume. So, it would infer that there hasn't been any covering. SPX gonna head and shoulders now? Maybe, yeah. There's an uptrend at the gap fill, so maybe we just pull back to there instead of pulling all the way back down to like 39.20. Jfresh or you? Who is Pepe Le Pew? Jfresh. He's a hopeless romantic. Fubo calls Gen 27 250 good. Ugh. I don't. Why? You could just get them later. They're cheap as fuck. Respectful moment of silence for Rev options, please. TJIF, y'all. Thank you so much. Regards, Kiki. $1935 was a fine year. It's a hard wall. VIX dropping. Futures are breaking with the VIX right now. So if we continue to move up, the VIX should. It's likely that the VIX moves up into rising prices. Should I buy back my Jimmy 19C for today? I mean, it's in the money, right? Why would you? Never mind. All right, give me a second. Good thing we will be permanent Eskimo bros because we're married. That's not how that works. Rev is the only red thing in my port. Feb 17, GME 50s, dumb? A little bit, yeah. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I gotta do something real quick. I'll be right back. Where the fuck is gherkin? I'm right here. Are you gonna do that super secret thing when you buy all of the remaining portion of your Opex positions off screen in another account? Me too. I'm gonna buy more now. That's silly. I am back. Hold up. What did I want to do? Oh yeah. Fucking pain in the ass. I don't even want to deal with this today. Yo, Grundle, we're gonna get some Jimmy price action. I don't know, maybe later this afternoon if SPX breaks up through Gamma Max. Can I get an advance on my Costco cashback to play Jimmy weeklies and I'll get you back in Fab? Silly turd. You got a new driver's license photo today? No. Actually, just using the same one for when I was like 18 forever, no matter how old I get. What would happen if SPX were to resist consolidation under mean revision back to spot with out of the money gamma obligations building due to speculation that the Fed is nuts for cowboy bets? I mean, there's no question about J-Pow's love of cowboy bets. Why do you think they go to Jackson's Hole every year? I'm growing a new GME position after selling right after the split. I have 13.5 and 16.5 for GME expiring today. The intention of buying shares, is it better to roll those strikes for exercise R? What? Are November, December, January OPEX obligations being covered next week? No, August, October, November. December, Jan, Feb, due in February. August, September, October, November. And then December, Jan, Feb, due in Feb. And the rest of November. So November, from November 18th till now would be the other set of obligations. So okay, so the first settlement of the current obligations. This is the thesis. I'll reiterate it for the 900th time. The first set of obligations would have been due November 18th, T plus 2. Right? If that was deferred to December 12th, then the next trade would have been due in the following week, which would have been the ETF rebalance. That week was also a deferral, and it's a separate trade, right? Which can then be dragged out to Jan 12 through 18, which is what we're looking at now, T plus 5. Now, the obligations from November through now, these are due in Feb. Provided Jamie is still following the F-man cycle, we assume it is, right? So these would be due on Feb 17th. Now, if this were to create a run of substantial proportion, right? Obligations do compound, that's correct. Then that could trigger a risk off in positions created from September till now, right? Because I remember some of those positions were closed on October 31st with the de-risking in like XRT or like the ETF, the reg show ETF FTDs, right? But here's where I think that happens. Maybe I can kind of highlight this for you guys and give you a little better understanding. So we got here to the 4 hour, right? And we look at November 18th on, right? Most of those obligations, created between $28 and $15, right? And so a move above $28 would put those accumulated positions through this time period from here to now at risk, right? The obligations created from August through November, that is November 18th. So this period of time, these are created at much higher prices, right? So as long as they can cover those, lower, they're profitable. So if they can cover all of these obligations in this time period, somewhere between our current price and like $32, these will be covered profitably, right? But then after that happens, you also have the hedge from all the strikes from 19 to like 32 going into the money, right? Which then creates, that T plus 2 effect that we see on Opexes where we get the double top, right? So if we go look here, that's the realization of T plus 2, right? Because so many strikes went in the money here, then, the market maker has to then hedge that, right? Which also causes more buying because there's more bullishness. And then T plus 2 again, and the market maker has to hedge again, right? And then, once there's a sufficient breakdown, they can, flip their hedge and the price will start moving down. This makes so much sense. That's why I think it's kind of the last piece we're missing. Like I think we've fully fleshed out every other aspect of the theory besides how the deferrals factor into it and why some OPEXs, if you look at March is substantially larger than any other OPEX going back to like 2021, right? Um you know what? Actually, 1 second. I can show you that. I can show you how much larger March is. Give me 1 second. Compared to the other ones. So if we go back here, right? Look at how enormous March is compared to like November. Like November's almost inconsequential. August's run, even June's run is just a little bit bigger. And think of how much more interest there was back then, right? And there's a reason for that, right? There's a reason that some of these OPEXs are much larger than other ones, while some are, very small, like August, where, not a lot of obligations are due. Everything's being settled on time, right? May, August, those are timely settlements. March, January, January 2021, settlement in June, Jan and June, these are off cycle, right? And they're and March, and they're all substantially larger. And that's what we're looking for. RC's buy-in didn't fucking matter. It did cause FOMO, and that helps, but it didn't matter. Right? He bought 100,000 shares. Like, it didn't tie up any liquidity that already wasn't there. It's not so first of all, it's not C69 anything. JFresh wrote the fucking DD on that. OPEX in the same period is just coincidental. No, it's not. There's no FTDs. So C69 is irrelevant right now, right? If we run right now, we're running with no FTDs. There's no FTDs ever due during any of the OPEX periods. You're talking about, first off, it's never been 69 calendar days anything. It's different every time because that's how calendars work. That guy just tried to quote a DD that you helped research? I think so. I think he actually just tried to pull that off. If we run CC sold to Feb 17, CSP is the week of 12 through 17, sold out to March. Rinse and repeat if we're back on the cycles. Sold to Feb 17, CSP is the week of Feb 12 to 17, sold out to March. Rinse and repeat if we're back on the cycles. Yeah, that's reasonable. Feb 20th is a holiday. Would that cause a deferment? It could. Now, just because those obligations from November to Feb are due in Feb doesn't mean Feb won't be deferred, right? If Feb has FINRA margin extension deferrals for any of the settlement dates, I would presume that it would be deferred. And then you look to the next OPEX period, and is that deferred or is it not, right? Like, we just had MLK, but MLK didn't defer any of the important dates. Like, it doesn't defer any of the settlement dates that we're looking at, which is a good thing, right? I'd like to refer to you by DD discussing rivers running dry. If we run next week, and we run hard, as far as I'm concerned, the timing and reason for Jamie's runs have been figured out. There's still more to explore, but at least those aspects, that's the test. No, the DD's not done. There's other stuff that we don't understand still. Reg show on XRT is still kind of a mystery. We understand how it's advantageous for them to do it, but we don't understand why they do it every time. Like, what's the need to do it? If Upstart runs to, we can probably use that info on other stocks also, right? Yes. Yeah, Upstart is kind of our, it's kind of our experiment with, does this work elsewhere, right? Can we use what we're looking at with GME on a broader spectrum of stocks? Because theoretically, what's going on with GME is, not only is it not unique, um, you know, it's pervasive. I have a theory as to why, but it's super tinfoil. Oh dear God, DM it to me first, because I don't want to. I don't want to hear it repeated ever. Wherever your Osiris D3 is, they still haven't shipped. I'm not even kidding. Okay, I'm on the spectrum. Does that help? I mean, no. The only unique thing about Jimmy was the insane FOMO. Yeah. Not just the insane FOMO, the unwillingness of investors to sell at prices above and below their cost basis. I have $7 left in my port. What should I buy? A 7-day trial to a resume writing service? It's not a 40, it's T. Did IV increase on Friday before covering the following week back in March? I have to look. I have to see how much too. IV actually dropped. IV hit its low on Monday, March 21st, and then began to rise. Actually, the lowest point in IV for the period was the Monday following Friday. If you make me rich, I'll name my first child Pickle. They haven't shipped. I got mine. Need me to put in a good word? You can always drop my name at Jenkos or Osiris. They'll know what you're talking about, even if they pretend they don't. Should I clip that? All right. There's a wrench on the gears here. Before the split, it was much easier to anticipate volume of obligations due as viewed against the actual visible shorting. It's the same. If they shorted the ever-living shit out of us pre-split, then we could rightly assume a higher notional move. P2 incoming. No, that's I think you misunderstand how liquidity is interpreted. But no, that's incorrect. Post split, you know, someone posed this one to me. They had 1,000 gallons of water, and now they have 4,000 quarts. Will it be too late to get calls Monday? Maybe, maybe not. Just looking at the volume, is Upstart looking more bullish? It just keeps going up. I mean, the volume's really fucking low. The volume's terrible. It's at like 3 million volume for the day. This isn't high volume at all, but the fact that they're not bringing the price down, that's very good. And also, you know, as far as the target for the obligations go, you know, Gamma Max is, I mean, it's lower now post split because the price is lower, but Gamma Max is still the, you know, like that upper bound, so we can still predict range. Why is 39.30 a target? I mean, even in the August or the October run where they blew off those obligations first thing in the morning from XRT, like we still hit exactly, like almost exactly 15% above Gamma Max, like within pennies, right? No, no, Jesus fucking Christ, people are so fucking dumb. Jan Opex has nothing to do with March Opex. It's always like the same like 5 people. It's like, oh, so it's all dead. After I explain exactly why it's not. All right, I DM'd you my tinfoil manifesto. Oh God. Here's the thing. All right. So right away, Okay. For Dork to change his name to Spork because he's so resourceful. The Spork could also come in handy if the Squigglies run wild. Oh Jesus. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Ooh, Upstart hitting 17. I watch your stream every day. Very knowledgeable. Do you expect a sharp rise after 2 p.m.? Is all the bullshit puts for today fail? We could move up harder into the end of the day, yeah. There's a game of flip point on Upstart right now. I think we've been past it for a little while, but it's still heavily skewed by the synthetics. Give me a second. I mean, it'll be the same as the one I put in the daily, but looks like 1697. So we're just breaking it now. What's options positioning look like on SPX? Yeah, let's see if we're getting some build up above the flip point. We are. A lot of call interest above 39.30, 39.35, 40, 45, 50, 55 on the 0 DTEs. For SPX directly, yeah, a lot of call interest building up to the upside. Looks bullish as fuck, if I'm going to be honest. 39.35 and 39.40 represent the last significant negative levels. And they're stacking up puts at those levels. They're trying to at least hold back the flood until they reposition. I would expect VIX to be going up a little right now. Possibly as they reposition and we see more options churn, that we might see a rise in like market volatility. Missed Ko-Fi. Oh, sorry. Real talk, why do you share this knowledge? Does having more participants exacerbate the obligations and volatility enough to make it more profitable for you? No. I just like solving mysteries. It's fun. I don't share it all. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that we have that's more advanced now behind the scenes, and like we don't sell or share that or anything. And like if more people make money off it, awesome, right? But this isn't like a huge audience. We keep doing it. You know, it's not to like attract more people. Like if I wanted to promote the stream, like I could have there's a million roads I could have taken if I wanted like to pump shit, right? The one I did was not the one for that. Trash Dan for admin. The loot will not stop riding until both the artists and the Dans have equal representation. Gone are the days of the mods abusing their power with unjust timeouts and unsolicited dick pic DMs. Wait, what moderator sent unsolicited dick pics? Was it you, Carl? Long-time listener, first-time caller. What may I ask, kind sir, is the TLDR on this genius group thing? Thanks, I'll hang up and listen. I think it's getting pumped. It's just another Opex stock. It doesn't have options, so I'd be very, very, very careful with it, and it's already run quite a lot. It may not have a lot of room left. Camel Talks, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream and I'll get you added.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance.
1,086 people voted on the poll, but only 454 people have liked the stream. Embarrassing. Thank you so much for pointing that out. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help for something and stuff. And it's nice. How long would this be a thing if it did become mainstream? The fact that the channel is so small is a blessing, really. Selfish to us, at least. I don't know. I think my personality does more than a good enough job keeping most people away from us. There's rarely a day I go by where I don't insult some broad swath of the audience. Now, the people that are into that, they're going to be successful in the market. The people that aren't, sensitive people with emotions, we have similar personalities. Is this why I don't have friends? I don't know. I have a lot of friends. I'm good with friends. You might be worse than me. Jimmy IV going up quite a bit. You nearly lost me a year ATO, but now I like you. Fair enough. I didn't come here to be insulted. Why are you here? Gherkin and his quant brethren really just stream from his pedal stool to look down upon us plebeians. We just get off on being yelled at. Speaking of which, tell me how wrong I am, Gherk. Oh yeah. That's crazy. Extrinsic value isn't the emotional attachment you have for your position. I mean, I'm jealous. Don't get me wrong. But I am emotionally sensitive. Insult me harder, daddy. Hashtag pedal stool. Oh, God. Don't you dare ignore my Ko-Fi. Did you even send one? Since the DRS effort it takes to drop Jamie is far less, this is expressed in these 8 to 10% drops in a liquid environment. The wrench is simply an inability to accept the extreme lack of interest in this stock. We ignore the 10 to 15% random runs because we are stuck in pre-split mindset. Is there more to this? I can't even see all of it. Damn it. Why do you have to write such long treatises? Fucking walking. Pre-split men. I'm gonna assume that you wanted to write the word mindset there. So here's the deal, Walken. When equal volume or near equal volume is expressed to the upside, the effect is the same, right? So DRS both benefits the downside and the upside. It's both. It's not just one way. It's not like, oh, it only advantages shorts, which is what you're inferring. When we run with volume, it will advantage the upside as well. Can you please spell the big T word that you just used so I can Google it? Thanks. I don't... Treatise? In your opinion, is it better by Feb 3rd calls today before close or Monday open? Ah, that's tough to say. We could run it either time, frankly. You could try to DCA them. Get some today, get some Monday. That's try not Tetris. You're wrong. There are institutions that give a great deal of a fuck about this stock, walking, because it's very, very profitable for them. You might not give a fuck about this stock. Citadel does. Susquehanna does. They make a lot of fucking money off of it. I think you underestimate the value of leverage and 100% implied volatility at all times. Happy Opex, man. I know you're taking this. Jamie MOASS says you whip off your pants, helicopter the pickle jar, YouTube algo cuts your stream, and we never see you again. The image of your rotating semi-erect equine junk with us forever. GG. Is that how you planned it out? Big wheeler, sinus feeler? There's 127 GME upstart calls just for today's price action. Too much theta loss over the weekend, right? I don't know. Based on the options chain data, what is the next local top do you see SPX heading to before the next turnaround, or leg down in the next 2 weeks? If we're bullish, then hold off on the long-term put buying for a while. Fed meeting? So we got about a week. Then shit could get real bad real fast. Tell that the short volume who flipped long for December Opex and had to roll their positions. Is that how they're making money? I mean, they can mistime shit too, right? I mean, they'll still make money if it pumps. Still interest. Still giving a fuck. I mean, they gave a fuck enough to roll the position forward, right? They didn't have to. They could just walked away. Taken the loss and moved on and found a better stock. So the idea that no one gives a fuck is wrong, right? People give several 100 million fucks at a time. Billions of fucks, even. I didn't hear the end of what you said. You said Jimmy runs to the penny, 15% above what during OPEX? It ran in October. It ran 15% above Gamma Max. I said almost to the penny. It wasn't to the penny. It was very close. I think it was a few cents off. By December, Upstart out of OOM OPEX calls. Expiring today are still worth a penny, even after today's run. Crime? I think not. That's just like your opinion, man. That guy's right. You are in one of those pay attention to me moods today, aren't you? Jimmy gonna run a penny? No. Possible upstart hits 30 this Opex. I'm not gonna play with that presumption in mind. It'd be cool if it does, obviously, but yeah, I'm not gonna assume that it will. We've already taken enough silences for Revlon. Welcome to Costco. I love you. Thanks. Pull over under people who still lose money this cycle. Probably about half. How happy are you going to be never having to look at your rev calls again after today? I mean, I still have to look at my shares. So I'm starting getting topped pretty hard at 17. It's not really a desirable level for them to break. That's the gamma flip point today. With declined retail interest, massive weekly ZOI, is max pain still a thing on GME? Max pain isn't really relevant. It moves throughout the day, up and down. It's just the middle point, right? Like it doesn't mean shit. The market maker will just hedge to whatever max pain is. What was this bullish no $30 upstart answer ever? Mr. Girk, will you provide us with the high-res photos of your face so we can start churning out deepfakes? No. I should probably lower the bitrate on the stream again, huh? Hi, from my new desk at my new job. Nice. More time to watch the stream. Happy Opex. Congratulations, Elliot. Are we traders yet? Is there a chance that we see no significant price action next week? And what would it mean? Sure. I mean, I'm wrong. How profitable are puts on Google? What the fuck do you think it means? I can't see much more upside on this run up. Uh, there's still some room. I'm waiting on my covered calls a bit. There could be, if Netflix did okay, and they're like advertising, like advertising model picked up, so that could be bullish for like YouTube. Um, Google's probably still gonna have good profits off of their still expanding cloud platform. And they might have even picked up like new contracts on it as well because they've been making the security features more robust. Um, so there's a chance at like kind of surprise revenues there. They took a pretty hard hit in the last quarter. I don't think their earnings are going to be great, but they still have a shot. Did I miss any important comment in the last 45 minutes or so? Do I need to rewind? Oh yeah. Yeah, you should definitely rewind. There's a lot of stuff. I think that's something to buy with my last $7. What are the chances SPX hits 39.80 today? Fairly slim. Upstart IV is weird. Feb out of the money call value is jumping around all over the place. Interesting. You know what I will buy though, for a fun Upstart gonna rip or rip from 17. I mean, it could get rejected here. It's the gamma flip point. They're gonna try to fight for it. Beyond daily chart looks kind of explosive. I have some febs on it. I'll see what happens. I'm already up 127% of my Upstart weeklies. Is the run over yet? Probably not. You have 0 DTs? I don't know. I think SPX might move up into like end of day. What happens to a country like Turkey whose currency is obliterated over time? Become a dictatorship? I mean, it can create a power vacuum. 1 year here already. Wild. Cheers, dude. Thanks, John Wilkes-Booth. I appreciate it, man. Realistic Opex price for Upstart 23 to 25. Possible, yes. Possible 27 if T plus 2. Yeah, if it picks up some more interest. We also have to see what happens with Gamma Max if any of the synthetic put positions close off, because that's gonna have a big effect. So if we like break 1750 in a significant way, we may see like those synthetic shorts close, right? And if they do, is it normal for SLD to be over so early? Recently, no. Most of the SLDs recently have been like wrapping up into the end of day Friday, like on the downside, and even Monday. We've had a few that carried over into Monday morning, right? Recently, the last couple, I think. Are you getting vibes about this Opex similar to November 2021? I know we got fragged, but before we did, my weeklies were up 15x, and it was wonderful. I got that same good vibes now I had then. I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be taking the same chances I did I was up 10x in November of 2021, and then I rolled my entire position up and out, which then also 10x right before I got rug pulled back to break even. I guess since they deferred November OPEX, I can finally deliver on saying happy birthday, Garrick. Thank you so much, Thunder. I appreciate it, dude. Happy birthday to you, too. Missed the first part of the day due to baby issues. Did you say covered calls? I didn't. I did not. There's no covered call signal. Figure it out. Oh, you son of a bitch. What would a spike in IVN upstart Jan 24 590s look like, and how long would the spike last? I mean, the contract value would go up, right? Due to the increasing implied volatility. It'll last a little longer on those farther dated contracts, but short. It doesn't last a lot of time. You have to volatility plays, you have to be on top of. Or you need to have like stop set at various price levels so they auto sell. It's not Freg's Day until I throw up. Freg's Day wouldn't have happened if you had known about Gamma Max, right? I mean, we knew about Gamma Max, but we weren't tracking it every day, right? And the information was not really coming to us, and there weren't a lot of tests, so we didn't have a lot of historical evidence of the effect of Gamma Max or Gamma expansion on the runs. But yeah, if we'd known and we had the same data we had today, Freg's Day would not have surprised us so much. And people would have made fortunes. That's just like your opinion, though, right, Sinbad? Spy 1600% CC spikes last year was awesome. Who get stop talking about phrasing? I'm getting some PTSD over here. Never forget. Fed's Waller backs quarter point rate rise at next meeting, sees ample evidence that economy is slowing and needed to contain inflation. Bullish. We would have made fortunes, and then maybe we could have pumped rev enough that it wouldn't have been delisted. It probably would have been. Jimmy's so boring, it's bullish. Jimmy not down. Borrow rate not down. Right, those are good signs. Did the Ivy spike on those upstart calls last minutes or hours? Minutes? I mean, they could stay elevated for some time, but the peak values, not even, maybe not even minutes, maybe just seconds. Intraday IV versus closing IV can be very, very, very different. Jimmy volume is extremely low. I didn't have any losses on Frexia itself because I diamond handed all those options until they expired in December. SPX getting ready for a move up here. Possibly? I know you're bipolar bear. You're not even remotely disguised. SPX getting ready for move up. Yeah, it could be. This might be some stop loss hunting. Yes, it's still looking pretty good. I think maybe we could pull back to like 39.40. Well, on ES, we could pull back to 39.47. On SPX, that's not going to be as big a move, though. It's going to be like, what? 39.31? Maybe? Maybe 39.30. Let's say 39.30. Because the market makers are going to probably be kind of aggressive if they're worried about a breakout. But it looks okay. I mean, call interest is still very high. Is the 10th test of 1940 on Jimmy going to be the one? It's like the battle for 180, except worse. I changed my name to Carl. I don't even see the name Carl in chat. I just see bipolar. But I mentally block it out. Popcorn Trader, oh god, I've been here for a while. Is this the weirdest purgatory ever? You fucking love it here. Don't even bullshit. What did I do? Crime? Yeah. Yeah, we found out you work for Citadel. JT Acula told me. He sent me pictures of you in Kenny's office doing some. I don't know what you were doing under his desk. I'm really proud of your career progression, man. You've come a long way since you've joined up. Making money, that's what. All right, give me a second. I gotta do some things. What a fun day. All right. So another big SLD sell off on resistance. No, but it was about the car. It's water speaking right now and being bearish. I mean, it's not really affecting GME or Upstart or anything. Check out Cosm, just jumped 42%. Is it still on Reg Show? I don't think it was. Check. Last I looked, it wasn't on Reg Show, but it's been a little while. Waller and Yellen are going full bear in their speeches. Oh, yeah, but who gives a shit what Janet Yellen says? Like, the market doesn't. Waller, maybe. I don't think it's going to do a lot of good. I mean, positioning still overrules sentiment, right? I liquidated all my holding and full ported 0 DT SPX 3950s. Smart? Oh, Jesus Christ. There are no Cosm calls. Cosm with those high borrow fees. It's interesting. I don't know. It's really risky. I'm not that interested in it, but if it's back on Reg Show, that could be interesting. Upstart does not give a fuck what anyone says. Yeah, apparently. For FOMC meetings, do you prefer to open straddles near market close the day before or a market open the day of? I actually prefer to open them like a couple days before. Market makers have been pricing in the like increased IV into like the Fed meetings more and more throughout the year. At this point now, it's like once you're like within 2 days of the Fed meeting, the IV's already sky high. Cosm is T plus 35 from the 1129 run, I think. Oh, maybe. But Cosm's probably back in ETFs now, which could be a problem. And I think they have a shelf offer, right? Like that was the other thing they did. They they pushed forward a shelf offer. So yeah, I don't know. It's like it could run, but it's risky, especially with only being able to get shares. Like you can't even sell spreads on it or anything. The last big liquidity event on GME was Monday, October 31st. 24 million shares traded. I'm aware. The volume 2 trading days earlier was extremely low, 2.5 million. Yeah. The low volume is not necessarily indicative of a run. It can also be indicative of lack of interest, or simply a period where liquidity is low enough and price is low enough that price is very stabilized. So they don't need to do a lot of, hedging. Lack of options interest can drive low volume. Actually, lack of options interest probably drives most of our low volume days. Is buying 100 GME Gen 2725C on Monday a good idea? I mean, not necessarily. If we don't run, it's a terrible idea, right? Hey Greg, why do I only get Palantir ads when I watch your videos without ad block? I have no idea. If we get a run to the 30s on GME next week, would it be a good idea to sell June 16 20 Cs? I got a little crazy with option strat and it made me think irresponsibly. I'm not sure. June 16 20 Cs. Risky. I mean, your chance of assignment that far out's uh, and GME could hit profitability in that time period. I wouldn't do it. Unless you're just really okay with being assigned at 20 and you don't care. Like, capture the $30 a share. Buttes down, SPX up. What gives? Do you have delayed data? Buttes are definitely up in line with SPX. It sounds like you have a 15-minute delay on futures data and live SPX. I'm going to be honest with you. That's what that sounds like you're telling me. GME gonna rip Van Winkle? We'll see. After Opex runs, do you sell out the money CCs or 10 to 20% in the money? Also bi-monthly or monthly? I'm trying to figure out a plan without overextending like usual. Oh, Bob Vance of Vance Refrigeration, 4.48 stars on Yelp. Man, I'm gonna sell CCs. I'm gonna sell them all over the fucking place because I have to sell more than 1,000 of them. So you're gonna you're gonna need your own plan. And frankly, I don't want you fucks front running me. Upstart increased price on decreasing volume means no liquidity. It's an effect of a lack of liquidity. Hold on, can we get clarification? Jimmy gaunt rip Van Winkle as in go to sleep or rip upwards? I have no idea. Instead of my own plan, can I just have your shares and covered calls? No. What if my plan is to shadow you and not make decisions on my own? Sorry. If you have that many CCs to sell and need help, toss me some shares and I'll sell some for you. Hey, I love your stream. How do I find newly opened options from the older ones? What do you mean? Like when a new date is added? Is that what you're referencing? I'm confused. The new dates are opened on a schedule at the OCC, which is arbitrary at best. The disguise worked. What's up, Trina? What would be them closing their 1750Ps for today due to their positioning versus letting them expire worthless or slightly in the money, depending on what happens? On Upstart, this 1750 synthetic shorts are for Fab. If they close them today, which they may not do until next week, it would have a fairly significant impact on the price. It's a very large position. Imagine thinking this was in any way, shape, or form financial advice and anything other than a beauty streaming channel. Exactly. I find them all together. I can't tell when new ones are added. I still don't know what you mean. Okay, so how do you are you asking how you differentiate your old contracts from your new ones? Why would you want to? Yeah, we just broke the gamma neutral or the gamma flip point on SPX. It's actually bullish as fuck. SPX found some of Carl's lost tea. It really did. $39.80 is still here. Win Vup song. All right, yeah. All right, I'll play it. That's a reasonable. It's a reasonable request.
Pickle, 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 pickle. Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some.
God, I love the financial markets.
Hands up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some. Stand stop as we rock.
Oh, here we go. I want to see what the sentiment on a stock in the last couple of hours, if newly added options were added. Is this info out there somehow? You can look at options flow, but that really just tells you the volume of options contracts traded. It doesn't tell you the OI, and so it's not very indicative of sentiment, unless it's massively skewed one way or another. I would say that the best way to do that is to check the end of day OI on the options chain and keep paying attention to it. Is this Opex or is this Opex gonna rip even higher next week? This isn't. I mean, this is the expiration. Maybe we'll see. Right? Risk. It's so fun. I've been gone a while with the new baby and haven't managed my position much. Are my upstart Jan calls 25, 30, 60, 100 safe? Absolutely fucking not. When I check CBOE free options data after 5 p.m., the OI values don't seem to have updated. Is end of day OI not available until the next morning? It's end of day OI should be available. I think it's like 6 p.m., something like that, 6 or 7. You're using the free one, I assume. Check a little later. Is that 18k OI on 1750 upstart not part of their positioning? Oh, it is. I'm looking to enter into my Opex position on Monday. Do you recommend 29th of Jan or Feb 3rd expiration? Look at 25, 30, 35 strikes. Maybe a far out of the money Jan 2024. Interesting. Um They're both okay. I mean, it depends on how well you manage it. The less theta you have, the more risk you're taking and nothing happening. So, those positions you would be generally buying after a run has been confirmed. You want to buy them in advance of a run. That's very risky. You better have an obscene amount of confidence in your thesis. Can you move your line up? It stopped the SPX. Thanks. No, sorry. Are you holding your Jan 27s through the weekend? Maybe. See what happens, right? Are my 140k $0.25 GME puts safe? Yeah, yeah, you're gonna be just fine on those. Those are sold, man. What SPX doing? Consolidating? In what appears to be a mostly bullish fashion. Yes, I am. So my Jimmy March 22s are awesome. Yes. Yes, that's a very nice position. SPX is finding an alternate route past your line, but it's going to be disappointed. The line goes all the way across. All right, Brad, that was actually funny. I can give you my assurances options OI is updated on the CBO's site around 2 a.m. Eastern daily. There you go. The CBOE will publish today's OI on Monday. Really? That sucks so much. I mean, well, I guess the alternative is you pay a shitload of money and you have an API that doesn't kick out any information. So what you're saying is SLD over? No, I didn't say that. SLD's over Monday morning. If the majority of your weekly Opex positioning expiring next week was in the money, would you sell and reposition or let it ride? Ooh. How far in the money? Are you like deep in the money? Like 0.6 delta? About all that Bobby you recommended for your DM from your alt account, Gherk not it. But now I'm just not so sure it was due to the bad advice in broken English. I only have one Discord account. Upstart 16, 1650, 17. I feel like that's a position that I would at least do something with. Like the 16s, they're decently in the money, not a lot. You are taking some risk on a pullback. 1650s, 17s, not very in the money at all. Now you'll offset theta decay because they're in the money a tiny bit, right? But not a ton. The 16s probably won't have very much decay, but provided we stay at 17. The 1650, the 17, a little less than an out of the money call would have. There's probably an opportunity there to reposition, but that's up to you. Obviously, you're in a very safe position. All your calls are in the money. So it depends. Do you want to increase leverage and simultaneously increase risk? Do you want to sit and rest on your laurels? You have a lot of options there. Hopefully my $26 calls for today go on the money. Probably not. If Monday was a holiday, the new CBOE OI would print Tuesday. Ugh. John Wilkes Booth, thank you so much, man. Guys, big shout out to John Wilkes Booth for hooking all you Cornishons up with some free memberships. Appreciate it, man.
There once was a man on Pi-Fi stream, his name was John Wilkes Booth, you see. The comments came in, but the names weren't green, now watch the Cornichons grow. Soon may the gifting man come to bring Cornichon subs grinding rum. One day when the streaming is done, we'll unsub and watch
No problem,
him
Kitty
go.
Pickle. I just hate holidays because I trade and the market's closed and I have nothing fun to do. What's on boil at this level? Gross. After two years of this, have you come to terms with being a YouTuber? No. Congrats on the car. Still haven't bought it yet. But thanks. It's also not for me. Take up gardening for market close days. Fuck that. I'd rather take up blow and hookers. And I don't really like either of those things. I've come to the realization that my trading is trash. I believe that. Congrats on almost buying a car. Thank you for your more accurate congratulations, Eddie Q. Gardening while coked out with a bunch of hookers? That would be a successful YouTube channel. I missed the car situation. Are you getting a new car? What kind? I'm getting a car from my mom. Of the mid-level luxury variety. How is it that Jimmy options pricing is so dumb? The buy price is lower than the intrinsic value of the contracts. Enjoy it while it lasts? I've come to the conclusion that I'm an amazing trader. Are you I mean, you're a better trader than you were this morning. Because stonks went up. We'll have an air-conditioned steering wheel. You know, I don't... The seat is air-conditioned, but I don't think the steering wheel is. I've literally never felt good about buying a car. Always regret. Generally, yeah. Congrats on ruining that car salesman's career. Yeah, like Lexus, Acura, something like that. Someone's coming for my Affirm $14 cover calls expiring today. I'm finally free. I can't believe you bought shares of that piece of shit. I hate that company. Like payday loans for Amazon items. How does your mother feel about mid-level luxury car? I'm sure she raised you better than that. I think she's probably pretty happy, given that the last one was kind of a POS. Yesterday I googled how to haggle for a car, and it just took me to your hot mic clip. Sometimes you gotta make a deal, right? Sold CSPs over $5 out of the money on that piece of shit. I know you did. And then you got signed. That's a really cool thing of you to do for your mom. Makes me think you aren't a serial killer despite the freezers. The freezers are like filled with frozen confectionery. Like, I'm not a serial killer. I'm full of childlike wonder and glee. Prove what? Look, Mom, I've been a zillionaire for 12 whole months. Now you can't say I haven't committed to anything in my life. Thank you so much, Burtnam. P.S. Thanks for all the fish, Girk. You got it, dude. And whimsy. I'm not a whimsical murderer. You guys misunderstand my narcissism. You don't get it. See, when I challenge someone, I want them to lose, and then I wanted them to suffer the rest of their life with that loss. If they were dead, there'd be no enjoyment. Like my friend who lost the house to me, I keep sending him pictures of it. It's the best. And I mail the letters, care of his family, so his wife opens them. It's like my friends that were asking me for like investment advice in the bull market in 20 like end of 2020, and I was like, "Man, GME looks really fucking good." And they were like, "Nah, I'm going to buy Microsoft." I still send them pictures of my portfolio like every couple weeks. Some of them have blocked me, but how do you lose his house to you again? Oh, he YOLO'd a bunch of money on options, blew up his port, and then he needed more money to YOLO on options without his job finding out that he was YOLOing money on options. Did the second set of options pay out? I'm going to assume no, because he ended up in rehab right after that. Are you keeping the house or selling it? I don't know. I'm not going to sell it right now. Just remind people that he's an exceedingly wealthy degenerate. Don't feel too bad. It's not like the guy put his family out on the street. He's still worth like 30, 40 million. At least. And that's without his trust fund. I don't even know what the fuck that's worth. What does he do? He works in finance. He's a placeholder. Two girls, one cup, full port, Jan 2725. We moon next week. God damn it. What have we learned about weeklies? Do you have carrying costs on the house? Yeah, I've got to put fucking oil in this tank for it to stay hot in the winter. Do you believe that shit? It's expensive as fuck, too. It's like filling up the world's largest SUV. I learned them from you. The difference is I'm like gambling fun money on weekly, is you're gambling your life savings. Question for you. One of my company's clients went public recently. I'm able to buy, sell them, or do I have inside info since we work with them? I don't know their financials or anything. Speak with a lawyer. If it's a cold winter, you have to fill it 2 times. That's insane. No, I don't want to drive out there. It's like super far away. It takes like 2 hours to get there. Bold of you to assume I still have my life savings. Yeah, I have a shitload of equity in it. I don't know what I'm going to do with that equity yet. Probably leverage it and lose it. No, helicopters freak me out. I don't want to get Kobe'd. Gherkin is suppressing GME hype. Because I didn't move the screen up. I want you to know that's ridiculous, by the way. We're 25 cents from all of the people saying GME will never hit $20 again, dying in anguish. Like that. Get blown up, bears. If something happens to the plane, can it still glide? A helicopter is inherently unstable and wants to fall to the ground like a brick. Here's the deal. Small planes, I'll only get in them if they have a parachute. Helicopters, fucking never. You just get, like, torqued in half as you fall to the ground in a spiral of death and blades. Fuck that shit. Yay, I didn't have to shame anyone to get 600 likes. But are we gonna get 1,000? Jan 27, 20C are up 30%. Time to sell. Can you unban Starscream on the Discord if SPX goes back to 4,000 next week? I don't even know who that is. Dying in English sim like O-Face? Yeah, except they can't complete. Because you can't make white with puts today. Big sell-off incoming on SPX? Maybe. Maybe not. Kind of still bullish. I'll set a stop for funsies, but big gap to fill? That's a super tiny little gap. It's 2 cents. fuselage has a parachute. Yeah, some of them have that. I've seen that. What do you call 200 pounds of ground check in a helicopter crash? Kobe beef. Too soon, man. Long time listener and first time caller. I just want to know if you think the SPX will hit 4,000 or higher next week. I don't know. Might hit 3980 though. Then it might hit 4,000. SPX Gex T+2 action next week. Possibly, yeah. My hog ain't lean. Well, then you can't trade it in the commodities market. Believe it or not, no contracts for fat hogs. Ko-Fi approved. Thanks, JC. Still a little delay there. We got to figure that out. Do you know how to use a parachute? You just pull the cord, right? I don't think it's complicated. People who jump out of airplanes for fun do it all the time. And, you know, I wouldn't say that they have all of their tools properly sharpened. How much volume on Gmail are you expecting for full resolution of whatever outstanding obligations exist? More. Tell JFresh he's dead to me. I'm never going to recover from that Kobe joke. What do you make of this Jimmy price action with such low volume today? It's fucking awesome. My friend has 2,000 jumps. I think they want to die. Yeah, probably. 3980 end of day. That'd be fucking awesome. No GME stock buyback. I just blocked a ridiculous Ko-Fi that would have ended your career. Whew. Thanks for saving my life, JC. I can chill one more day now. How do we get back to French onion soup recipes? It's not even that hard. You just cook onions and then beef consomme, chuck some bread in it, and throw Gruyere over the top. I'm shadow banned Riku. No, you're not. Riku to you as well. I self-sabotaged myself. You did. The French really know their way around onions. They're complex people. They like the layers. If I send you my paycheck every month, would you just trade for me and take a 25% cut and send me the remaining profits? See, if I were to take a deal like that, I would just buy 0 DTs with it every week. And some months you would get nothing. But I'd also take 25% out in advance. With the 250,000 plus puts, no longer on the GME options chain, and no similar position built for Jan 24-25, what could that imply going forward? That people aren't selling as much volatility? Does SPY usually lag SPX a bit? It can. That's a terrible deal. How about a 50% profit cut, and you play it the way you'd play your normal funds? How big's your paycheck? I'm not going to do it, but I'm just curious. Honestly, not much different than my current strategy. Some months, all my paycheck goes to the MMs. They're happy to take your money. Thanks. Out. Also, beef consomme sounds pretentious. Just say adding beef stock after caramelizing the onions, not browning. There is a difference. There is. It's a big difference. What's up, Trash? What's up, man? I heard we're striking again. I guess. I don't know what it's about this time. Equal representation for artists or something. Fucking pores. I make roughly 6,000 Canadian a month. It's like $5. Real dollars. How much money in real dollars? Is there a reason Bobby is red and this green of sea? Yeah, sea of green. Yeah, oh yeah, it's a piece of shit. SPX 3960 closed 3965. I don't know, we'll see. Like I said, call side's still building up and it's quite strong. I have no idea either, but I stand firm with the members of the Louveron and agree with all of their talking points no matter what they are. Okay. After expenses, it probably comes out to 500 a month of free cash flow. Is that sustainable though into a recession? It's about $4,500. Extra? Or do you just have no expenses? Are you desensitized to the names you read out now, or just more dead inside? Both. Fickle Pickle Tickler. Both. Ooh, alerts. Now it makes sense. Artists. Oh, yeah, it's artists. Just tell them, Trash, if you can, please tell them not to super glue themselves to any of the stream cards. I made more money than that when I was part-time in law school. Pores. I think SPX is gonna lower at end of day with call sell-off. Why would they sell off the calls they just bought? You mean like the 0 DTEs? It's possible, but this is super fucking bullish right now. So go here. I have no expenses, free housing from work, minimal food expenses, and that's pretty much it. It's all right. I have a 5x jump in salary in 2 years. That's awesome. Am I your favorite dad? No. Like within 3K? Wait, what? What's within 3K? Yearly? Oh. VIX is going up. I think someone is closing a short call position. Yeah. They might be. A big one? Just remember when the chat gets too bullish, buy puts. People are still afraid right now. What you think of Feb 15 VIX ADC? I'm thinking we're about to get all wrecked. That sounds awful. Free housing from work and minimal food expenses? Prisoner confirmed. I mean, that's a great salary for prison. Oof. Scalloped uptrend? Sorry I stepped away from the stream yesterday because you were talking about that guy who hit 14 mil in March. I made double that and said, see ya. Then I learned it was a million and I have returned. Welcome back, Daniel. You've been here this whole time. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a low-grade doctor. I become a full doc in a couple of years. Oh, okay. Nice. They give you guys free housing? I have buddies in residency that are living like 6 deep in 2-bedroom apartments. This is too bullish. Are you afraid? If you work in an impoverished area, they pay for expenses. Oh, okay. That's cool. I'm not a doctor, but I played one in a preschool play, so I'm basically an MD. Huh. 4K a month for a doctor? Jesus, never gonna pay off that student debt. He's in Canada. He doesn't have any. If VIX drops, is SPX gonna MOASS? Maybe. Jimmy feeling gappy. Might get a squirt later. We very well could. It's not even power hour yet. It's not free there? Really? That sucks. So you guys are like half Europe. Underside of your arms look incredibly smooth. What should they be? Have you seen my husband around here? He's not replying to my texts. He may have gone out for smokes. No, he's just left. I definitely have debt, about 100K at prime. It's fine. Most stocks here can make that back in under a year if you work hard. Probably anywhere from 200 to 500K yearly. Huh. So my 2625 will be saved. The 0 DTs? Probably not. I just getting more comfortable scalping the SPY. I miss this run due to meetings. I am ruined. How? If you missed it, how are you ruined? But considering you're Persian, I assumed you'd have an epic man sweater. I'm not Persian. Claims of my Persianity are greatly exaggerated. Can we get a poll to say if my Affirm 14CCs get assigned today? Trading at $13.99 right now. Are they sold in Fidelity? If they are, you probably will. I'm not prepared for my port to not have worthless rev contracts staring at me. I'm gonna try to sell them before close. One more time. I'm just gonna list them for free. Ah, damn. Ah, the bid dropped. Got him, market maker. How old were you when you lost your virginity? um, 13? Bid dropped to 0 a week ago. I know. That's fairly young. Well, when you put a trailing stop loss, do you base it on the bid? Sometimes. When you were a young lad, did you ever think you'd grow up to have 1,000 people accuse you of being a centaur? No. She was an older woman. I think she was like 15. It was just awkward. It was like an awkward, sweaty mess. It wasn't the greatest day. No, I looked 13. I was a 13-year-old that looked 13. Over under 10 seconds? Oh, like that part didn't happen at all. So technically infinite. There was no completion. Doesn't count then? Are you me? 3 hours of no completion before giving up? Sometimes. Said he lost his Persianity, not virginity. Get your minds out of the gutter. Exactly. Infinite theta walking. Get wrecked. That just sounds painful. It wasn't great, but is it ever, right? Especially at that age. It's just fucking stupid. Jimmy and Upstart keep on trudging up with so little volume. Amazing. Yep. Delicious. You give a shout out to Trash for doing what he does so well. I mean, those tricks behind the dumpster have... They're incomparable. I've seen Trash use a dumpster for leverage in ways that I didn't even think were humanly possible. And they're not, because Trash is a duck. Dirty little duck. If we're doing this kind of action on no volume, what's it gonna be like when we see volume? You tell me, popcorn trader. Is Trash Matt Kors? No other Carl. Although Trash was once kidnapped by Matt Kors. Trash is a rescue. I'm seriously asking. I'm mentally deficient. Wait, what? Oh, you don't know what would happen with more volume? More volatility. Did you realize you said the tagline of the Bond villain in Tomorrow Never Dies? Delicious. I didn't, but that's awesome. This morning while working from home, I invested all of my stimulus check money into Jimmy Next Weeklies and Upstart Zero DTs. Did I break the market? Fucking retail, pumping stocks again. Tell me when to sell my GME 19 Zero DTs that I bought for 40 cents. Whenever you want. Would it be louder? I mean, maybe if you have speakers. Say MOASS? What's that? What are the volume candles? Volume candle could theoretically hit the VUPS candle on your screen. Interesting. I don't know. If we start ripping next week, will we have a lot of halts like October 31st, or will all the volume prevent that? I have no idea. We'll find out. Don't play coy. I know your bosses at BlackRock have a plan for today's GME drop at end of day. Do they? I hope RevRQ gets suspended and announces a buyout of $40 a share after hours. I'm into that kind of hurt. As long as they do it in like the 15 minutes following market close, then I can exercise all my 35s. Have you reinstated the exuberance line yet? No, I thought I'd just let people imagine where it is. Bro, Jimmy's almost back to $20. I'm almost unfinancially ruined. Imagine running this stock into the weekend. Huh. Did anybody clip it earlier when I said it'd be really nice if we see a steady uptrend and a sharp climb into the end of the day? Elon under investigation for insider trading. Ha! I hope he gets popped. I have some naked calls out on Tesla right now that would not mind. I was avoided this, but can you open CSPs with unsettled cash in a cash account? I mean, if you were to get assigned immediately, it could be very risky, but otherwise, you're probably okay. I'm not even sure assignment would trigger like a GFV. You might get a free ride violation, which is worse. It's time to buy Tesla patooties. Not yet. I didn't clip that part, but I must say your analysis of SPX this morning was 100% spot on. Thanks, man. Blitz, welcome to Dillionaire. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club, where you can hang out with the other Dillionaires 24/7 after the stream. Appreciate it. If Elon was guilty of insider trading, how could anyone win versus his SEAL team of the best lawyers in the world on retainer? I mean, if he lost $180 million, think about it this way. His shareholders lost like $1 trillion, right? One of those shareholders might be pissed and also have good lawyers. Tesla usually does kind of have an Opex. That's why I got the reverse diagonal spreads on it. But only lets me sell CSP. Use the proceeds from the sale to sell more CSP, locking me into the position. No violations since the premiums used for the secondary sale settle the next day. Yeah. As long as you don't get assigned the same day. If you get assigned the same day, it's a little bit different. Newsflash, RevRQ did not rip $35 today to save the G-Gen 35Cs we bought. I'm aware. Vup song EDM remix for $20 and end of day make it happen. Not yet. It's not even power hour. Relax. Is best time to be selling Tesla calls on Tuesday? Not necessarily. Could be like a couple of weeks out. Is there earnings on Tuesday? No, right? Their earnings is in Feb. Decent week for DHL. I might be taking profits there pretty soon. I didn't put a lot of money into it, but it was a good play, man. Nice call. You see nothing but downs for months. It only takes 4% for us to get super excited now. That's true. Well, hopefully we see more than 4%, right? Hopefully this is just the beginning. Green candles almost all day. This has lasted for more than 4 hours. Do we need to call a doctor? Probably. T+2 is going to be spicy. I mean, especially if we break 20 today. Tesla earnings is next Wednesday. 125? Gulp. Ooh. You sound very happy today. If you are, you're more happy because you're right or because the price is going up? Both. Somebody say Tesla earnings? Someone did. Are you feeling it in your plums yet? No, but it looks good. Everything's in line with expectations, which is about the best we can ask for. I already sold diagonal spreads on Tesla, so reverse diagonal spreads. So when I cut the calls, I'm short. But the calls can capture the increase in IV into earnings, and then you cut the calls, and then you're short the stock, right? Well, sort of short. Kind of. Is Lenixis about to level up? I mean, he's about to make some of the $450,000 he claims he lost back. Please review your expiring options to ensure that your account can support an exercise or assignment. Yeah, you guys should always do that. How could the market do this to me? What did it do? Doesn't this price action look scarily like March 18th, the day before we started to run up? There's some similarities. Does that mean that $100 call today on Upstart can be assigned even though it's way out of the money? I mean, it's extremely unlikely, but yes, theoretically. Am I no GM for Jimmy today? We're not getting any data from the fucking uh API this morning. It's like being a piece of shit again, like it was last Opex. Which is 3 Opexes in a row now where it's been doing this. And frankly, sus. $22.50 call at 217 right now. Feels like chasing, but I'm really tempted. Thoughts? Up to you, man. $20. Boom. Let's fucking go. Fucking bears. Something something. And that other guy was kind of a prick.
Pickle.
Nope, that's the wrong one. Hold on, I'm looking for a different one. Fuck you, Carl.
I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. I could be green, I could be red, I could be violet upside, I could be hurtful, I could be full, I could be anything you like. Tell me how you like it. Hashtag not a cult.
Serious question for the quants, because I know you guys are both in chat right now. How smug should we be over the weekend before we're completely wrong? Like, just give me a scale of 1 to 10. All of it? I'm just gonna start banning everyone who said anything bearish today. I'm gonna go back through the entire chat history in the GME channel, and anybody who said anything bearish, I'll start with that, and then I'll be smug like all day Sunday into Monday morning. And then when the price crashes and I sell cover calls, I'll be like, why didn't you guys make money? Does that sound like a good plan? 4 out of 10 if Jimmy closes below 20. 6 out of 10 above 20. You're so modest, Doric. Isn't that what you do every Opex? Yeah, pretty much. No, because we didn't get data in December and November, too. It, like, fucked up. Change your title, please. Not sad anymore. SLD's over on Monday. Ban Stefan, too, before it lays eggs. Those are valuable, though. I'm already 11-10. I was just guessing the average out of the quants. Oh, you're pulling back for some of the more humble quants. If Bipolar Bear isn't complaining about how I'm ruining lives, then I'm not smug and bullish enough. JFresh, you should update your cat picture with like a helmet that has horns instead of just a cat with horns, like a horn helmet. Like, I don't know how to make it more bullish. Maybe a nose ring, like the kind that bulls wear. Astronaut helmet. Cat on the moon. Yeah, Atomic and Vunky really skew the smug curve. They're incredibly humble, and it makes me uncomfortable sometimes. have good hearts though, and they keep us in check. JFresh should update his name to JFresh 2 brands, and horns can be coming out of the second brand, which he wears on top of his head. Nice. That's an idea. I'll run it past him. Ooh, interesting. VTV. Wonder how much that one's leaned on. Dork, me, humble? I have you fooled. Atomic's just humble until Fubo hits $3. No way Upstart ends above 1750. Imagine that. The two chains are symbolic. They represent the two chains on options contracts, bull and bear, the yin and yang, perfectly neutral, as all makers of markets should be. Things are getting jacked in here. Irrational exuberance. What happens to Upstart in T+2 if Upstart crosses $20? Fun things. Be careful banning the pores. The only time they ever had theta was at a free college party. Okay, I have you on my speaker real quiet while I reboot my computer. Don't say anything scandalous. I'll try not to. Can you please scale the charts similar so we don't get overly bullish? Yeah, absolutely. JFresh has the potential to ruin lives by making up lies in the Discord. Nobody listens to him. He's more bipolar than you are. Jimmy's still under 2 million volume. I don't know. Is it? Yes. That's accurate. I do. It seems like a failing on your end. You listen to Kramer? Kramer was right about the market today. Did anybody inverse him? See, I figured out the short Kramer ETF. Kramer could just buy it, and he has the perfect hedge. If he's wrong, still right. The Kramer straddle. Don't take your money out of Bear Stearns. I mean, he clearly just said that because he didn't have any settled cash to buy puts yet, right? You guys have all been there. Is there no liquidity on Upstart to drop the price? Or are we about to get fragged? Oh, we could definitely get fragged. So to close a call that no one wants to buy because you don't want to get assigned, what should you do? You can just turn off auto assignment and they expire worthless. Or you can try to market sell them and see if the market maker will take them off your hands. Did you see that BTU recovery? I wasn't even paying attention to it. I didn't get any alerts. It couldn't have been too crazy, right? No, it's not too bad. It's a nice recovery though. Expected, but nice all the same. DM coming in hot on Upstart. In case you're doing any sort of arbitrage, HKSC will be closed next week for 3 days, Monday to Wednesday. Oh, I'm not, but thanks for letting me know, man. Draggedy. I appreciate that. Oh shit. Did they just sell off the fucking calls and buy back the... Oh, that's exciting. They sold off the puts and bought back the calls? Get fucked, nerds. But not the Feb ones. Those are the Jan ones. Upstart? Or the... That feels good. Man, they fucking held... Why didn't they just close those earlier when they were worth something? They really needed to fucking hold the line there, huh? It's not even power hour. Crazy. How high could Jimmy go, assuming the risk off and Jimmy rises? Well, let's say Jimmy rise or GM rises to like... I mean, it's just based on whatever GM rises to, right? I don't know what to tell you. We'll have to see what happens. Right now, the upper limit's like 28-ish. That can change, but like try you're adding too many layers of assumption, right? You don't want to add that many layers. That's how you end up really wrong, right? Adding 30 to 60 EMA bullish crosses to my rounded bottom breakout scans has been chef's kiss. Thanks, Garrick, for your clever EMA setup. I don't know what you're talking about. If selling shares on a run up is the best way to do it, set a trailing stop. If so, how wide of a trailing stops are terrible in high volatility situations. They're arguably the worst of the stop orders to use because stocks become very gappy and the bid widens, right? Like the bid ask widens, and then you get, trailing stops get dragged up. So if the price moves up, consolidates, and then moves up again, you're gonna get stopped out here because the stop you set here dragged up to this price and you got stopped out, right? As opposed to setting stop limits on consolidation. You set a stop limit, right? And then if it moves up, you can just move your limit up. Hmm. Limit? It's a different type of order. You have market orders and limit orders. Limit orders have a fixed price. So a limit order will only fill at or above the price you select, whereas a market order will fill at whatever the market price is. Interesting, that makes sense. Thanks. Just trying to prepare myself. Glad I asked. No problem, dude. If the since short future expiring today is being closed, why wouldn't we almost immediately rip? I mean, we did. That's just one of them, though, right? And there's the Feb expiration ones, too, that haven't closed yet. But those could, especially if we break above 1750. Our school stock should be just clips of you explaining stuff throughout the day. As if actually putting additional effort into it, honestly. Probably, yeah. It's hard to get those, though, because, like the clipping function on my end is kind of shitty. Two red candles on GME. Are we dead? Is this an Opex? No, it looks like they just shorted the drop in the index. Like, active fund pressure let off, so they took advantage of it. Yeah, it's not as good. Although it's still not really bad yet. Actually, that works. This does not. This is like up here. Well, I guess that kind of works. Not as tight as I would like it. There's some awesome clips today. I'm so thankful for it. If you guys ever like want to clip stuff or screen record shit and then post it in the clip tags channel, that's awesome. Like if something's like, and I don't always know when I'm answering stuff if it's like valuable, but then I can post that shit. Or at least like compile them and edit it. Sometimes I'll go to like clip and it won't even load the stream thing. Yeah, so at what point do you say something you think is not valuable? I mean, we had a pretty long conversation today about, sorry, not hoarders, preppers. Um, I even did a poll on it. Everyone probably could have done without that in their lives. And yet, it may have been essential. Jimmy, never gonna see 20 again. Fuck you, Carl. Just clip when you sung the thong song. Please compile for informative studies. Double bots bullish? Jesus Christ, 1.6k people actually voted in that? Yep. It matters. And 32% of them felt a compulsive need to prepare for disaster. The hot mic clip is trending number 3 on TikTok. How about EDM I Can Be Green? I played that already. You missed it. Oh, 1 second, guys. I could have played music while I was gone, but I chose not to. It would be dope if my 0 DTE 22Cs were worth something today. It'd be dope if you sold them before today. Hawaiian pizza was invented in Canada by a Greek immigrant at his restaurant that served American Chinese food. American Chinese food. Okay. You got a nervous twitch and we heard your hooves clopping. That's nonsense. Yeah, because you're a shill. No, you're a shill, Carl. Hey everyone, are we all ready for a wild power hour ride? Quick question. If the thesis says run by Wednesday, then no real point in spending more for next weeklies over 5 DTE, right? Well, there is, because you could capture both parts, right? If we run hard, then, you know, there's going to be exposure from that, and that can carry over into more upside price action. Oh, it's because I'm zoomed in a lot? Yeah, GME still looks like this today. Yo, so I heard that the Louvre is going on strike. Something about needing a new admin. Something about one of them filling the role. That's what I hear anyway. Oh, and yes, Carl is a big shill. Yeah, we know that. And I heard about the Louvre going on strike. I'll resolve it somehow. You put a line on Upstart at 1750. No. Don't read the first part of that, Kofi. Carl Schill part is approved. Oh, too late. The Louvre is unionized. You guys did that before. Please refer to us as the Louvreron when discussing our collective bargaining. Eh. We're striking? Why didn't I get the memo? I don't know. Fi-Fi radio update at 3 p.m. We'll see. It's almost power hour, guys. Well, S&P Global Services PMI Flash have a big impact on SPX on Tuesday. Probably not a ton, no. It'd be Louvrian. Louvre Capital is short upstart. I'm gonna protest outside Girk's apartment with the union rat. Say, anybody in chat really good at Photoshop? I need some scabs. I'll be your muse. What's the most significant options coming off the chain for GME and Upstart after today? A bunch of in-the money puts anywhere holding us down. A few of those just closed out on Upstart. There's some synthetics. There's also short calls that are expiring today, which might be more important. I'm not in it, but it looks like someone dropped about 500 million on Tesla in the money calls for 2024 and 2025. Two trades, same two strikes, 12:36, 12:40 p.m. Awesome. Sure, send over what you need. Dope. You look at how ridiculous a firm is right now. Hey, man, your calls are in the money, all right? You made it. You're living the dream. Oh, shit. SPX did a thing. I gotta move my stop. Oh, I have to move these stops too. JFresh is gonna get assigned today on his Affirm shares, and then next week it's gonna go to $25. Hey Pickleman, what do you think the chance of being called away on a $20 zero DTECC is? For which stock? GME? I mean, right now, low, but if the market keeps climbing... I mean, you know you can always buy it back right now, right? What does Upstart and GME need to close at for you to be super bullish? I don't want to see GME close above 20, Upstart above 1750. Shouldn't bother re-asking my shipping company question. Oh, what was it? I didn't see it. How does a company with 10 million float trade 200 mil when the average is 50K? Easy. Churn. People buying and selling. Don't forget DMM liquidity. Even though it doesn't have options, the DMM can still create liquidity to satisfy order flow. Oh, that's so scandalous, and you know another pickle couldn't handle it. So you smug in that face like who's the best with a flick of your mane so center-ish. He had vups like a squart, squart, squart. Let's go upstart, start, start. All day long, come on, let me hear that vup song. That's actually amazing, Pickle Bard. Well done. Beautifully put. Honey, I fucked up at work. Honey, I fucked up at work. Were you just waiting to send that? That's awesome. What? Is run on Fubo with closing my CSPs or let them run? They're mostly $2 for Jan 2024. I mean, if it runs enough, I'm gonna close them. What's Fubo at right now? 213? Yeah, I'll probably wait for it to go a little higher. I also have a lot of Jan 24 sold puts. You don't trust shipping companies no matter what? Even New York company? I mean, those would probably be the worst. There's a reason it's incredibly undervalued. What is it? If you can tell me the reason why it's incredibly undervalued, I'll look at it. Volume on HLBZ is ridiculous. Yeah, that's the second time you brought that one up today. Do you think SPX pulls back? Or no, it wasn't you. It was some other guy. Why is everyone trading shitty penny stocks? There's good stocks, companies that aren't going out of business, doing crazy ups, and people are like, oh man, look at this 24-cent a share piece of shit I found in the OTC markets. It's up 1,000% today. I know your opinion on shills, but what are your opinion on people who are not shills but consistently demonstrate shill adjacent behavior? Carl? Carl just shills to make up for his lack of tea. How do you explain? How do you plan to manage synthetic longs in a big run? Sell PMCC against the call, use the premium to buy back the put. When the volatility comes back down, free long call? No, I just sell the call and buy back the put. The thing you've described is awful. You've missed peak profitability on 2/3 of your position. We asked way earlier if SPX is going to do a thing. I bought $30 0 DT 39.60. Now I'm in the money. I love the market. Let's fucking go. Nice. Gork, WeBull showed me all the stocks that went up the most today. Why the heck didn't you tell us about these? Why do I subscribe? I'm poor as fuck and not trading penny stocks. Ban those people first, then the bears, then the Dans. Put them all behind the dumpster at Wendy's and watch them start a Dan fight club. Huh. At 149, someone bought SPX 3960 C 0 DT for $9 when it was going to for 90 cents. Jesus. Get wrecked, market maker. Is this still SLD? Yeah. Carries on until Monday. Dans do not fight other Dans. Impossible. I'm not gonna lie. These fucking stupid calls I bought earlier are killing it. I should have bought more of them. Simple, ban everyone that hasn't been here for 12 months. That's ridiculous. I think they dip this down Monday morning with more SLD orders. There could be a sell-off in the pre-market. Yeah. True, false. SLD, securities large discount. It's not always true. And it's not always all securities. SLD's been great for a little while, but then it won't be. And the more people trust it, the more people will get burned. Ban anyone who asks others to be banned. No, wait, hold on. So Big Jimmy runs now should only coincide with Rex deferral dates if this plays out like you planned. No, we can still have OPEXs that don't coincide with deferrals as long as nothing's deferred during the period. But it gives us a whole new way to track the obligations, which I think is super cool. We're $10 off of the SPX long-term downtrend line. I think we're a little more than that, aren't we? Is that at 39.70? Oh, no, we already crossed it. We crossed it at 39.58. I think. Oh, it's... Hold on, mine's a little off because the fucking thing keeps moving it. There we go. Why isn't that saving? It's at 39.65, actually. Well, I mean, it just depends on how you draw it. You could say roughly the entirety of the range, depending on how much volatility you cut. The highest, like, volumetric confidence is at, like, 39.58. I have a very important question. When is SLD? The Wednesday preceding Opex until the Monday following. We still long wheat? Yeah, I have some leaps on it. Been here too long. That being said, if it weren't for this stream, I would have never found the love of my life and a husband or become a Dan. True. Friday school is pickup is at 4 and school's in 20 minutes away. I'm going to drive and park in the teacher's parking lot while tethering to my son's school to close out these 0 DTE calls. Have a great weekend. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Posty McPosterson, and best of luck to you. How consistent does a technical pattern need to be before you consider it amazing? I don't think there are any amazing technical patterns. I think most of the success of the technical pattern that you're using right now is due to a rising market. Well, mine's slightly messed up, then drew it on the 5-year in TradingView. Wow. I got my first real super chat. I have things to say. 1, Gherk, love the stream. Thanks, Little Orphan Danny. 2, Carl, get wrecked. 3, John Wilkes Booth. Thanks, dude. Thanks, Little Orphan Danny. Is a lot of this active fund pressure? It's helping for sure, but if we see this transpire plus the active fund pressure, my lord. Yep. I want to over leverage 0 DT SPX puts so bad right now, but I'm using self-control. Lame. No, actually that's probably like a really good thing to do. Don't be an idiot. The Fox TTM. Welcome to Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday, Gert. Yeah.
Please try me. Give me a percentage. 80, 85. Above 78 is pretty good, but you need a lot of instances. You need a sample size of like 1,000. I mean, you got to beat MACD, right? That's always the goal. And rounded bottom breakouts are just roughly the same as MACD. Also, technical analysis is basically useless. It's good to know and understand, but it should not make up any significant part of your analysis. 20% of your total analysis should be based on technicals, if that. Fundamental analysis is definitely important. Maybe it would help if you explain why trend lines, etc., are not technical analysis. Supports and resistances aren't necessarily technical analysis. Technical analysis is the attempt to use data from the past to predict the future, like when you're using it as a trading methodology. Twat Waffle, thank you so much. Guys, give Twat Waffle a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. I appreciate it, dude. How about beating MacDork? Good fucking luck. I mean, there's no beating it though, because MacDork is a analysis tool. It's not a technical tool. I just published the first of my short stories about the little centaur who could. I would appreciate your feedback on Pigeon Whale chat. Oh, awesome. Let's take a look. Oh, that's way too long for me to read. Maybe after the stream. I've been adding fundamentals specifically to my RBBB scans. I've also been making other tweaks. I think it's been making a massive difference in consistency. Yeah, and the SPX consistently rising every like 4 days with tons of bullish momentum is not creating any bias. The problem with rounded bottom breakouts is the point of the moving average crossovers. It either goes up or it goes down, but the result is binary, and they can do both. So, I mean, you're really just looking at like a consolidation of momentum and, you know, praying for a breakout in the direction you want it to go. Obviously, if the market breaks up in that time frame, it's going to do great. But if the market breaks down in that time frame, it doesn't work out, right? Oh, Jesus. What the fuck just happened with these? Did you guys see those fucking options shoot up? The fuck was that? You're just looking like you're looking at a lot of the same things, right? So you're using confluence of like all of those technical indicators that you're piling on all do the same shit. Vic's still climbing. This is awesome. Does someone not have the underlying to deliver on their sold calls? I love it. Imagine if the OCC demanded collateral for in the money calls, JFresh. From the broker dealers. But Fibonacci's are just creating a ratio, right? Ultimately, right? They're trying to tie price movement into a ratio. It's not that much different than a moving average base. What's an itchy cloud? Is it a rain cloud? Can we use a cumulonimbus? That's not a real word that you wrote. This power hour is fire. It's interesting. Upstart refuses to break 1750 today. It's not ideal for the outstanding synthetic short positions. Dude, the 3960 0 DTs are like 50x if you bought them near the 0.15 lows. Yeah, they're up a lot. Oh. Well, that was awesome. Oh. That was actually insane. That was some fucking easy money to make. I'm walking around Costco for an hour searching for Kenny's Mayo brand. Sir Kensington. Jimmy panicked after CNES. Probably just gonna get some. I don't know. Some of this is profit taking on 0 DTs, right? I don't know how much this pullback is going to persist. The bull trend is strong. Very strong. Walk-in, you wondered where all the bulls were. I think I found them. Puts? Is there something to capture here? I don't know, man. Like the longer dated positions are pretty bullish too. I don't know how much we drop just off the 0 DTE sell-off. Let's see. That's 308. So, fairly flat gamma. Under 39.75. But 39.50s are still in it. I guess we could pull back a bit. Let me see something else here. 39.50. And 50. I did turn off the sounds on my WeBull account. Close around here while people enter strangles over the weekend. I think it can pull back a little bit. I mean, this kind of shit doesn't happen in a bull market. Willy Wonka. So enjoy it while it lasts. In a bull market, you just buy overpriced calls with theta and wait for them to go in the money. Lame. We done? Maybe, yeah. I could see us being done here. Dreams of full port hindsight bias into SPX calls today. Sigh, haha. Yeah. Don't worry, there'll be another one, I'm sure. Ew. So you're gonna close your safe position to jump into weeklies? There's always another play. Yes. That's something people really do need to remember. There's just because you missed one, it's not the last one. Tomorrow is a new day. You're trying to empathize after 5xing his SPX calls. That sounds really dumb, Popcorn Trader. CNET to stop using AI to write its stories after being caught and not disclosing to its readers. This will rock the financial news industry. Actually, yeah. I like the idea of Jimmy and Upstart stalling out at the end of the week at their $17.50 and $20 resistances. It's kind of exciting. Jimmy has even more resistance at $22.50. It's the absolute most bullish scenario for Upstart today. I'm not going to say it. I know what you're trying to get me to say, and I'm not going to say it. Above 1750? No, my super cool puts. Just say it. There's no possible way I could be more bullish. Yes, there is. I closed my puts at 8% gain somehow. I got scared. I don't care if I mean, like, I have nothing to be afraid of because I'll just lose all the money. It's a weird advantage. Huh. What do you need for Upstart Jimmy to do through the rest of the day for the best setup for next week's MOASS packs? Don't start calling it that. Still looking for exit door here at Northwestern Mutual. Someone asked me why I thought MOASS could happen given the last big run in Jan 21 resulted in the buy button being shut off. Am I dumb? I don't know. Do you think MOASS can happen? Please, for the duck. It could halt into close. Thanks for all the time showing us plebs what to look for in the market. I finally put everything together and followed SPX up today, closing one call to cover cost basis, letting the other ride to lock in 1,300 gains. Fuck yeah, Dilly Dillerson. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. Lost it all with 0 DT puts on Friday. Oops. Anyway, I'm liquidating all my wrap to fund my account again. Anyone want to buy my Rolex? 17K, my Harley. Okay, this isn't a Craigslist ad. F1 Dan. Oh, he said the thing. I mean, I guess if the synthetic shorts close, it's maybe. I don't think they will. They'll probably close Monday. Sorry I missed the stream earlier. Other than the big downs yesterday, what made you so confident we'd pass 39.50 today? Positioning. Will closing the week above 17.50 on Upstart have any effect whatsoever, or just a level to watch? I mean, it's a level to watch. If the synthetic shorts at 17.50 close, it's going to have a very positive effect on the price of the underlying. Why are you holding back your bullishness? Because people get hurt when I get bullish, Bipolar Bear. They get hurt anyway, but they do stupid shit. What are you targeting for SPX over the next week or two? I don't know. Maybe we'll see like 4,000 again. Right now, I don't love the positioning above 4,000. Have you ever had a dream that you would? Oh, fuck off. I think MOASS could happen across many stocks. Would require a cyber attack that affects RRP and settlement, similar to the Feb 25th Fed settlement outage, which ran many stocks in after hours. You mean the Fedwire going down? That happens like every other day. Is JFresh bullish though? I don't know. Dilly Dillerson, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, and I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go back. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go.
I appreciate your noble and altruistic restraint. There's no altruism in finance. That said, I'm stoked for next week and my tiny bets on it. I'm stoked for your tiny bets on it too. Still holding March SPX puts. I have them at 3,600 and 3,750. If we run to say $4, $50, I'll think about selling my 2001 Oldsmobile Silhouette. Leather and VHS player would be missed. I wouldn't want to lose out on the VHS player. That's a collector's item. My care calls are ripping. Thanks for your teachings. Been able to find my own place. Nice, man. $20 pinky blocker. Rip calls going in the money. Crypto is moving. Do you ever play Mara or Riot or crud like that going into a weekend that looks crypto pumpy like today? MicroStrategy, but I would just buy crypto, right? If I wanted to play crypto, I would just buy crypto. And I don't want to play crypto. Definitely not on the equity side where I can't sell it 24 hours a day, right? What do you think of a firm? I think they're like a payday loan company for Amazon items. I got greedy and sold some GME Feb 3rd $20 CSP for $1.77 a contract. I hope to buy back next week if we run. If not, get assigned and have 18.25 cost basis for $19 or $20 CC wheeling. Dumb? No, I don't think so. If you want shares, it's not a terrible price. You still buying ADA? I averaged down on the dip, but not a lot. That's like, I mean, it's kind of like a buy it and forget it kind of thing. Somewhere to stuff 5 grand. Well, like 10 grand, I guess. How rich do you need to get to open up a private ETF for us? Or a private fund? That's why I'm still here. ETFs are expensive to set up. Very. Probably a few hundred million, and it would have to come in privately. Still buying BBIG? No? I'm up on my physical old MTG card collection. Do you think I should liquidate given the current trajectory of Hasbro WotC or hold forever? I mean, it depends on what cards you have. I think some stuff has like forever value. Like Black Lotuses and Moxes and shit. There'll probably always be a buyer somewhere willing to pay a significant premium for them. Maybe even more so if Hasbro's gone forever, right? Or WotC is. Other stuff, I mean, time the market, I guess. What are some of the major? You know, I used to have Moxes, and I sold them when they were like $400, and I was like, this is fucking ridiculous. And they just kept going up, right? I mean, at the time, it was insane. And they did drop later, but they weren't in that good a condition. Thanks, reserved list. Yeah. Chances of RevRQ hitting $35 before close. Pretty slim. SPX gonna rip or dip out of this wedge. It might be breaking down. It's hard to say. There's a lot of 0 DTE calls that can still sell off, but I don't think the 3950s are going to close out. So you're hoping for like at the money, like 3960s, 3965s and 3970s to sell off, and more put buying, which isn't really happening. Like the 3950s are probably very secure in their in holding into close. What was your first ever trade? Doesn't have to be stocks. Oh, definitely Magic cards. I started playing that when I was like 6, 7. We're gonna rocket to 35 on Monday. That would be funny. We're starting to DCA into Nvidia puts or keep being patient. I've been jumping in. I would keep being patient. I bought some near the money ones for SLD, but I closed those, and then yeah, I'm probably gonna wait to get into more. No, I wasn't 6'7". I was 6 or 7 years old. What a fine day to like this stream. You're really pushing that one, aren't you? I'm consider selling 0.1 delta 30 to 45 DTE CSPs on a firm. Bad idea or not? I don't like it. It'll come down hard. You probably don't want to get assigned. JFresh has been holding on to those bags forever. Unless you want to own the company, but gross. Can't stop, won't stop. Who the heck is ending? Don't worry about it. Five small wee-wees. Excuse you? Twat waffle. I made 14 mil today. Here's $10. Thanks, Pickle Man. Joking aside, my account will be so much easier to manage now that CLVR, SST, and RevQ expire. Never filled my port before Opex. Riku. Thank you so much, Twat Waffle. I appreciate it. This is how it always goes, right? You fill up your port in between Opexes and lose all your money on Opex. Am I in trouble for breaking my NDA? Yes. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much confidence do you have in GME? Way too much. More than it deserves. Is it important at all for GME to close over the $20 strike today? It would be nice. I mean, if they short the fuck out of GME into close, I'm gonna get super bullish. I inherited 33 shares of QQQM that has a 140 cost basis. If you're in the position, would you sell now to utilize the capital elsewhere, or hold on to try to recoup some of the losses? Hmm. I don't know how many you have, but you could always Try to like lower your cost basis. I mean, it's an index. Why would you sell an index and move it elsewhere, right? No, you only have 33 shares. Oh, never mind. Sorry, I missed that part. Ah, it's up to you. I'd at least wait for the top of a rally and not sell right. Like, I wouldn't rush it, you know? I believe if you inherited shares, your cost basis is what you receive them at, not what they paid for them. I think you're right. Well, he's not asking that. He's just asking if his capital would be better spent elsewhere. Do we see the condiments on Upstart and Gmail at the end of the day, or post in Discord again, please? Yeah, I probably will. I have some stuff to do after the stream, but I'll get around to it over the weekend. Either today or I'll get them up tomorrow. Oh shit. Um. Hold on. All right. I've got to maybe go a little early today. Because if I don't get this done in the next like 15 minutes, well, I'll come back, but just let me make this phone call real quick. Sorry.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle theme fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.